Good morning. Welcome to everybody. We are starting this online conference on the oceans. My name is Francisco Seixas da Costa. I am the chairman of Lisbon Club, or Clube de Lisboa, as you call it in Portuguese. We are a non-profit organization created 5 years ago. And our main objective is to stimulate debate about global issues. We try to mobilize people, institutions around the important questions related to international affairs in a very, I'd say, neutral political intervention. Every 2 years, the club promotes the Lisbon conferences, which has been gathering in Lisbon in presential terms. Last year it was in a different model, as it is natural, but we gather the dozens of people around the specific issues selected by Hall, with participation of dozens of countries, or participants from dozens of countries. Obviously, we try to sustain our efforts around questions like development, like questions of sustainability and the environment, but also about democracy and all the other aspects that are essential for the peace of the world. This year, through the pandemic, obliged us to use a different way to try to mobilize people. And in reality, we discovered, to be frank, a new world in terms of having people together and having people in platforms of discussion in different ways. And this also opened the way the Lisbon Club worked. We created a sort of debates, Lisbon Speed Talks, in a little more than half an hour, but also we maintain a model that we had in the past, Lisbon Talks, mobilizing a group of people with different backgrounds, but also all the time with great expertise in basic areas which are our concern. This time we have been working with the Japan Embassy, and we are organizing this conference, but also the European Maritime Safety Agency, EMSA. We will have today the director, Madam Maja Markovic, and I want to send a message to the Japanese ambassador in Portugal, Usho Shingeru, because they are the two main partners of this conference, the ocean that belongs to Hall. We also had, for this conference, the cooperation of the Oceano Azul Foundation, which is a Portuguese NGO, and the Portuguese Hydrographic Institute, and also Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Portuguese hub of Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And obviously, the two main supporters of the Clube de Lisboa, which are the Lisbon Municipality and the Instituto Marquês de Valflor, a Portuguese NGO with a great expression in developing countries. This conference, just a few words about this conference. So you know better than I do the importance the ocean represents for mankind. And we are obviously, because we are here, you are in this conference and they participating in this conference, we are among those who don't need to be convinced about the importance of placing this discussion on the forefront of the international agenda. Portugal and Japan, two countries united in the promotion of this today's debate, are sharing the concerns that join us here today. And obviously, the European Maritime Safety Agency is in the core of the discussions and on the basic elements of this conference. This is the kind of debate that we assume the Lisbon Club also assumes that needs to be more and more included in multilateral efforts under the lead of the United Nations, in order to shift the direction in the way the world is going in this area. According to experts, and many of you we are not experts, but many of you are experts, and we count on you to give us in this conference your ideas and your concerns. We have already lost time, according to the experts. We have lost time, we have lost resources, and unfortunately, we are still far from a world war regulated and capable to reverse the tragic trend we are going through. We count on you to give us your vision and your advice about what needs to be done. The Lisbon Club is very grateful to all those that intervene in this conference and remains, and I would like to stress that, committed to support any other initiatives of this nature that may contribute for this common cause in the future. We wish you a very good work. And now, if you allow me, I would give the floor to the Director of the European Maritime Safety Agency, Mrs. Maja Markovic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning to all, and welcome to this important international conference organized by Lisbon Club in collaboration with EMSA. I would like to thank His Excellency Ambassador Francisco Seixas da Costa, the Chairman of Lisbon Club and the Lisbon Club, for giving us this opportunity and for inviting me to address this conference today. If the conference had taken place in the normal times, I would have been delighted to welcome you in our beautiful headquarters. For those of you who don't know, EMSA is located on the banks of the river Tejo in Lisbon, the capital of the country, which is so deeply linked to the sea, with the jurisdiction over the maritime areas 18 times the size of its landmass. Speaking to you today, I'm reminded of the words of the Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, who recently said that we have a responsibility to correct our relationship with the oceans. In that regard, this conference, The Ocean That Belongs to All, has never been so timely. Over the next 2 days, participants with a wide range of backgrounds and experience will engage with the debate of the maritime issues in all-inclusive and forward-looking manner. From the threat posed by the plastic in our seas to the changes in our climate, with the Arctic in our focus, from the problem of the piracy in our modern age and security concerns in general, to the ocean legacy we leave future generations. This conference will investigate some of the most pressing maritime issues we face today, addressing at the same time the desired course of actions for the future. Sustainability is undoubtedly in our focus, and quite rightly so. It should not be forgotten that sustainability, in addition to its environmental and climate component, also incorporates safety, security, and the social dimension. It is therefore important to highlight its full complexity. Oceans are in our focus today. The ocean covers approximately 71% of the Earth's surface. For every square kilometer of land, there are nearly 2.5 square kilometers of seawaters. The ocean's importance to our climate cannot be overstated. It is continually exchanging heat, moisture, and carbon with the atmosphere, driving our weather patterns and absorbing most of the solar energy that reaches Earth. With around 40% of the world's population living within 100 kilometers of the coast and 31 million jobs directly dependent on it, the ocean is fundamental to our lives. But human activity is putting our marine environment under huge pressure. It is no exaggeration to say that we may have reached the tipping point for our oceans and our future. What is certain is that urgent action is needed in so many areas, from land source pollution and urban development to the protection of marine habitat, from marine litter and air emission to the climate changes, from protecting marine biosphere and biodiversity to protecting small island communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot just say we are concerned about these issues anymore. The situation is too grave. It is a time for coordinated, committed, and concentrated action. We need a coordinated approach in which all efforts to protect our oceans are brought together. We need the commitment of everyone, government, policymakers, industry, citizens, not just to rectify the mistakes of the past, not even to do better, but to do things in a substantially different way. Not a step change, but a transformation. And we need concrete results. We cannot simply think that more initiative and actions will solve the issue. We must concentrate on the results. This is our challenge and our license for the future. And already progress is being made. Allow me to elaborate on that with the shipping as the example. Shipping is essential for the world trade. Shipping is essential for our daily life. Nearly everything we own, use, or produce has been directly or indirectly transported by the sea. As the COVID pandemic spread across the world and economies and societies went into lockdown, ships were still sailing, bringing us food, fuel, and vital medical supplies. Maritime sector demonstrates once again its resilient and essential nature. Shipping, like all human activities, takes an environmental toll, although it is one of the least environmentally damaging transport modes currently used. Nevertheless, in 2018, ships calling at EU and EA ports emitted around 140 million tons of CO2. In 2018, emissions produced by the entire waterborne transport sector, including international, domestic, and inland waters navigation, represented nearly a quarter of all nitrogen oxide and sulfur oxide emitted in the EU. CleanSeaNet, EMSA satellite-based pollution detection system, identified 630 separate oil pollution incidents in our seas in 2020 alone. So there is still work to be done. But policymakers, regulators in the EU and globally, as well as the maritime industry, are not standing still. We are seeing a rollout of the new and ambitious targets for vessel emissions, in particular here in Europe. New developments in alternative fuels, advance in autonomous shipping, and many are now talking about the commercially viable zero-emission ships on our seas by the end of the decade. All this has the potential to be the biggest changes for our sector since sails were replaced by steam. But to future-proof the maritime industry, we need to go further. We need new ship designs, new propulsion systems, new operational standards, and most importantly, an influx of young people with different skills in the industry. We also need to bear in mind that shipping is a part of interlinked system, a logistical and operational chain. Therefore, changes in shipping should go hand in hand with changes in the shipbuilding industry, port sector, among logistic operators, alternative fuel production and supply chain, infrastructure development, and of course, consumer perception. Finally, transformation needs to be mirrored by a change in behavior and in mindset among all of us. This technologically and ecologically driven new shipping has to be adequately supported by the robust legislative framework as well as by the adequate public and private financial instruments. And I cannot stress this enough. By training an educational structure capable of forming a new generation of maritime professionals with new skills, with new ideas, and new outlook. Don't get me wrong. I'm not in favor of putting traditional shipping into the dusty dark corner of the Maritime Museum. Far from it. The basic principles of navigation will never change. Our great seafaring heritage will always inform our future direction. But I'm deeply convinced that Europe, with its traditions, knowledge, technological capacity, and developed industrial base, should be at the forefront of the new age for maritime sector. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, what do we do in EMSA to support this process? Based on our mandate and our strategic outlook, we constantly increase our support for the safer, more secure, and environmentally friendly shipping landscape in Europe. We are at the cutting edge of the technological developments to provide the relevant actors with the most comprehensive maritime picture, combining data from the wide range of sensors, from drones to satellites, from shipborne systems to coastal stations. Every day, we collect 35 million ship signals, and last year alone, we delivered 15,000 satellite images, each capable of capturing over 400 square kilometers of sea. This enables us and our stakeholders to monitor our oceans. At last, with an ever-growing digital maritime world, we are phasing in the use of the artificial intelligence and cloud-based technologies to increase our capacity to transform data into the information and information into the knowledge for a better understanding on what is happening at sea. We propose and implement digitally oriented solutions to increase the efficiency of maritime transport by reducing administrative burden and make EU shipping more competitive and efficient. For example, we are remodeling our systems to operate in new environment that e-certification is bringing in. We are operational in what we assist EU member states to prevent and combat pollution with a package of solutions that include oil response vessels, including one not far from here based in Sines, drones equipped with sniffers, specific equipment for combating pollution, modeling tools, and expertise. We direct studies on topics such as alternative fuels, autonomous shipping, electrical energy storage for shipping, underwater noise, and safety issues to support the uptake of the new technologies and the benefits that they bring. As an EU agency, we are constantly learning and augmenting our knowledge to assist in the development of policy and technology. Last but definitely not the least, we build capacity in EU and beyond through dedicated training programs incorporated in our EMSA Academy and through the development of the different digital tools. It goes without saying that by disseminating best European practices, we contribute to creation of the level playing field for high quality shipping and thus for the shipping of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, our oceans are our joint destiny. And if each and every one of us remains connected, united, and firm of purpose, I believe that we will bring about real, lasting change. It is my hope that this conference will help us contribute to that aim. Thank you all very much for taking part in this excellent event, and let me wish us all much fruitful discussion and debate over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos. Em nome do Clube de Lisboa, sejam muito bem-vindos. Obrigada por se juntarem a nós. Podem seguir-nos no Zoom e no YouTube. Há tradução simultânea na plataforma Zoom. Basta escolher a função que aparece na parte de baixo do ecrã do computador. Hello to all of you and welcome. On behalf of Lisbon Club, thank you so much for joining us. You can follow us at Zoom and YouTube platforms. And we will have translation to Portuguese and English, and you can choose that function at the bottom of your screen. Eu sou Teresa Firmino, jornalista de ciência do Público. Este painel é sobre a perturbação da biosfera, a invasão dos plásticos nas cadeias alimentares. Inventámos este material há cerca de um século e ele hoje está por todo o lado no planeta. É o segundo material de construção humana mais abundante. E a grande questão, a grande incógnita é até que ponto é que já está a perturbar e a causar grandes danos nos ecossistemas e na saúde humana. Também temos um chat e convido todos os que nos estão a ver a deixar aí as vossas questões. We also have a chat at Zoom and YouTube platforms, so please you can leave there your questions for us. Para navegar neste problema e nesta crise do plástico a nível global, até que ponto é já uma ameaça global, porque é que é tão difícil resolvê-lo e o que é que podemos de facto fazer para resolver a crise do plástico? Temos 4 convidados em vários pontos do globo que farão uma intervenção inicial à volta de 5 minutos sobre a sua visão do problema e como podemos solucioná-lo. Em Lisboa temos Tiago Piticunha, presidente executivo da Fundação Oceano Azul. Em Bruxelas, Bernard Fries, diretor de Política Marítima e Economia Azul da Direção-Geral de Assuntos Marítimos e Pescas, a DG Mar, da Comissão Europeia. Em Tóquio, Atsushi Tsunami, presidente da Fundação Sasakawa para a Paz e presidente do Instituto de Investigação de Políticas para o Oceano desta mesma fundação. No Funchal, Eugénia Barroca, bióloga marinha e representante na Europa e na lusofonia da organização Sustainable Ocean Alliance, e esta organização está presente em Portugal através da Ocean Up Portugal. Dr. Tiago Piticunha, tem a palavra. Está sem som, será?
Desculpem, estava sem som.
Sim.
Muito bom dia a todos. Irei então falar em português e dizer um pouco que este é um daqueles temas que nos poderia levar a fazer apenas uma conferência. Dar os parabéns ao Clube de Lisboa por ter reunido um conjunto tão vasto de apoios, incluindo a Embaixada do Japão, para conseguir, digamos assim, debater estes temas dos oceanos nesta altura que me parece muito oportuna, que é o início de um ano que vai ser determinante para estes temas transversais ligados ao ambiente, incluindo o dos oceanos, com o ano a acabar, obviamente, em Glasgow. Mas dizia eu que este é um tema, o tema dos plásticos, dos microplásticos, das cadeias alimentares, é um tema que ocupa muito espaço, que leva muito tempo a ser debatido, e eu irei aqui, em breves palavras, passar 2 ou 3 ideias. A primeira é que a poluição de plásticos associada ao meio marinho tem sido talvez um dos principais, digamos assim, responsáveis por colocar os oceanos na agenda internacional. De facto, os oceanos, que têm estado mergulhados numa crise profunda desde os anos 70, têm ficado à margem das principais opções políticas e económicas, quer da comunidade internacional no seu todo, em termos de Nações Unidas, quer em termos dos governos dos Estados-membros das Nações Unidas. E com os plásticos houve aqui esta grande importância que foi colocar o mar na agenda. E porquê? Porque a poluição dos plásticos é de longe o tema relacionado com os oceanos que mais mediatização atrai, que é mais mediático. Efetivamente, os seres humanos costumam ter uma ligação ao mar mais longínqua, obviamente, do que têm a ligação aos temas terrestres, e conseguem ver a floresta amazónica a arder, mas não conseguem ver os oceanos a sofrer com a crise que sofrem, não conseguem ver a temperatura das águas a aumentar, a acidificação a aumentar ou os peixes a desaparecer. E como a poluição plástica é extremamente visual, e como ela parece ter consequências extremamente negativas e diretas para a nossa saúde, para a saúde dos humanos, nós humanos que tendemos a ver as crises dos oceanos como umas crises que são importantes para as baleias e para os peixinhos, mas não para nós, as crises que são importantes para nós são as crises financeiras, são as crises das migrações, da segurança, as crises económicas. Começamos agora a perceber a crise do oceano como algo que realmente nos afeta diretamente. O segundo aspecto que me parece muito importante é falar na dimensão desta crise. É que é uma dimensão do problema, é colossal, ela é óbvia. Quando as Nações Unidas nos informam que há este nível de depósito de plásticos no oceano, quer plásticos em geral, quer microplásticos, que iremos, de facto, conseguir ultrapassar a meio deste século em massa a biomassa própria dos oceanos, ou seja, os peixes. E isso é extremamente, digamos assim, preocupante, como toda a gente intuitivamente pode compreender. Os oceanos foram feitos para ter peixes, os oceanos não foram feitos para ter plásticos. Esta dimensão é muito grande ainda mais se nós compreendermos, e com isto, digamos, é uma mensagem que me parece muito importante passar, se nós compreendermos que o problema não são apenas os 9, digamos assim, os 9 ou 10 rios que são responsáveis por 80% da poluição terrestre. E, de facto, sabemos, e isso é extraordinariamente importante, que há 10 rios no sudoeste asiático e em África que são responsáveis pela maior parte da poluição de plásticos, porque são deltas de regiões em que não há, digamos assim, um sistema avançado de recolha de resíduos, de reciclagem, e que ocasiona esse problema. Mas isso é apenas a face visível, porque se nós pensarmos em microplásticos, temos de pensar que ainda hoje, em regiões industrializadas, como a própria Europa ou os Estados Unidos, nós temos um contributo muito grande na poluição marinha, através, como sabem, das fibras dos têxteis, mas através também dos pneus dos automóveis, através, nomeadamente, dos fertilizantes, que sendo feitos com lamas provenientes de hectares, de sistemas de saneamento, digamos assim, elas próprias têm os microplásticos que vêm nesses sistemas nas hectares. Parece-me que, e aqui terminaria com uma frase quase, digamos assim, filosófica, parece-me que a humanidade utilizou os oceanos como a sua casa de banho e como a sua lixeira ao longo de todos estes milénios e até hoje. E parece-me que hoje estamos a confrontar com esse facto, mas ainda não conseguimos invertê-lo. Poucas pessoas compreendem que o oceano começa na nossa casa de banho, nas nossas cozinhas, começa em nossa casa. E a Fundação Oceano Azul orgulha-se de ter lançado uma campanha que diz que o que não acaba no lixo acaba no mar, em que explica às pessoas esses trajetos, essas trajetórias, e como é importante nós mudarmos profundamente a mentalidade e como é importante nós conseguirmos que a comunidade internacional se junte e possa, em conjunto, estabelecer acordos ao nível global que possam responder a esta calamidade. Muito obrigado, Teresa. Não queria ocupar mais tempo, espero ter ficado dentro dos minutos iniciais.
Obrigada, Tiago Piticunha, perfeito mesmo. Passava para Bernard Fries, em Bruxelas, depois desta ideia de que a humanidade, continuando esta ideia de que a humanidade utilizou os oceanos como a casa de banho, a sua casa de banho. Dr. Bernard Fries, tem microfone desligado?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Teresa, and good morning to all of you. I'd like to just give a brief introduction to the problem from the European perspective, and start by simply trying to sketch out the scale of the problem that we see. If we just look at the sheer amount of plastic that is being dumped into our environment, especially into our oceans, we think that we are talking about around 13 million metric tons of plastic every year ending up in the world's ocean. Numbers are very large. There are different estimates, but all the numbers are large, and the result is that we have hundreds of tons of plastic in our oceans, hundreds of millions of tons of plastic in our oceans by now. That's one thing. The other thing is that the trends are going in the wrong direction. The plastic industry is set to grow, so is the leakage into the oceans. I read a report recently that basically says that by 2040, in 20 years' time, we will have twofold more plastic produced, threefold more plastic leaking into the ocean. The stock of plastic in the oceans will be 4 times as much as today. That is the path of business as usual. So that's one side of the picture. The other side of the picture is, of course, that plastic has a huge carbon footprint. That is because plastic is produced through a very energy-intensive process, petrochemical process, and that at the end of its life cycle, a lot of plastic is simply being burned worldwide, and the carbon footprint is very significant. Someone has calculated that by 2040, plastic will have used up 1/5 of the carbon budget that is left to us if we want to reach 1.5, still stick to 1.5 degrees warming globally. So that's a bit the scale of the problem if you look at the symptoms. But of course, we have to go deeper. We have to look at the causes. And the baseline cause, in our view, in my view, is our dependence on fossil fuels for energy, and increasingly, ever increasingly, to make new products that have to do with throwaway packaging, with single-use products, without thinking really of the harmful consequences that threaten our whole society. Now, I think it's important to realize that when we look for solutions, we have to realize that the development is very much driven by supply. It's supply-driven. It's driven by an industry, a petrochemical industry that seeks alternative paths for growth from fossil fuels now that fossil energy is on its way out. That does not mean to say that plastic is bad as such. Plastic is something that can have many good and even some essential uses. But we reckon that today, 50%, half of all plastic products produced are single-use. They are throwaway products. They're used once and then thrown away. And so this exponential growth of dischargeable one-way plastic problems is the core problem, and it's neither necessary in our view. It's problematic, and it's driven by supply. So what can we do? First, of course, cleaning our oceans from plastic. I read that someone recently calculated that in order to clean up the 5 large ocean gyre garbage patches, these huge patches of plastic, or plastic accumulates in the oceans, one would need 1,000 boats to filter the water 24 hours a day for 79 years, and that's only if the technology existed. So, of course, we, Europe, the European Union, we are supporting cleaning up efforts with finance, with technology, but clearly it would be almost impossible to clean up everything that's in our oceans today. So what about recycling? No doubt recycling is very important. It's an essential part of any solution. But let's bear in mind that at present, just 20% of all plastics are economically recyclable, not more. So that's a very long way to go. We have to go that way, but it's a very long way to go. And it's very important that we, as responsible citizens, of course, as consumers, we sort our garbage, our household garbage, we recycle our plastic garbage. But make no mistake, it would be quite wrong to offload the responsibility for the problem onto the consumers. The main responsibility lies with those who drive really the plastic wave. And so we need to go to the root cause. We face a systemic problem, so we need a systemic solution. And the starting point for that solution needs to be to avoid plastic in the first place. So what has the European Union done, and what is it doing? First of all, the European Union has taken a big step in the direction of finding a more systemic solution by adopting a new law 2 years ago, the Single-Use Plastics Directive. So that is regulation. And of course, we try to address the problem not only by regulation, but by working together with those who are responsible and who are the source. So the Single-Use Plastics Directive will basically start phasing out the top 10 single-use plastic items that we find on European beaches. These are things like plastic cotton buds, straws, plastic plates, plastic cutlery, beverage stirrers, these balloon sticks, these polystyrene food containers, beverage containers, and so on. So these are all products that can either be made from alternative materials or that can perhaps even be avoided altogether. And if we just tackle these 10 most found products, we are tackling around 70% of the plastic garbage in Europe that is polluting our seas and the ocean. Then secondly, we are tackling fishing gear, which is made from plastic. And interestingly, there is an amazing amount of lost and left fishing gear in the oceans that not only pollutes, but that also has the very harmful effect of catching sea animals and fish when it's floating around, when the nets are floating around without being retrieved. And then thirdly, we have introduced a key legal concept in this area of plastic, and that is the concept of extended producer responsibility. And it basically means that producers will be made responsible for the sustainable use of their products in this area. Okay, so what will come next? What will come next is our so-called Mission Ocean. So the idea behind that is to combine basically the power of the European research and innovation budget, perhaps theoretically up to €1 billion, with the initiative of citizens, with business, with local decision makers, people on the ground and on our coastlines. And the idea is to set ourselves big, ambitious, visionary, but concrete objectives, like a kind of moonshot ambition, and to make then really a big coordinated effort to reach it. Like, for instance, no more plastic in our seas after 2030, finished with plastic pollution. Or replace plastic with materials that are made from biological renewable sources, algae, for instance. Now, we have brought together experts and stakeholders with a huge range of experience to help us under the leadership of Pascal Lamy. Thiago, who is with us here, has been part of that effort, very important part of that effort. I'm sure he will say more about that, and of course, I will be happy to do too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, please, the floor is yours. We have to speak in English because we are having some technical problems, so we will switch to English right now.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for switching to English. Well, you know, Japan has a long history of collaboration and working together with Portugal. So I should be able to speak some Portugal in my historical background, but unfortunately, I had some difficulty getting some of the things that but I know Thiago for a long time, so I know what he's been trying to say. So, but anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. And the ocean plastics is a common and agenda for all of us. And I just wanted to make a few points and a few introduction to some of the things that we are doing in terms of dealing with this problem. Let's see, is it my slides? Oh, okay. The Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation is one of the premier and a think tank sort of dedicated to ocean policy research, and since 2000. And we have been working very closely with, for instance, Oceana Azul Foundation and Thiago and myself, trying to bring the ocean to the attention to the dialogue on not only on the plastics issue, but also climate change and other global agenda. And I think ocean should play a big part of all of these discussions and in a global setting. And we are very active in engaging with the global partners in addressing this issue. And as we know that the international frameworks for dealing with marine plastic pollution has been number of them has been developed. Of course, we all start with the SDGs, target number 14.1. But then aside from that, this year, we are also expecting to engage in a dialogue with the Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD dialogue, which has been postponed from last year to this year. And hopefully this is going to be a very important platform. And then I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we have done in terms of hosting, for instance, the G20 Osaka Blue Ocean Vision. And at the G20 Summit, which was held in Osaka in 2019. And here, the political leaders of the G20 agreed to set a goal to stop the plastic they enter to the ocean by 2050. And we are also members of the Friends of Ocean Action at the World Economic Forum. We sort of developed the argument to agree to stop plastic here from entering the ocean by 2025. So in addition to all these efforts for such as at the United Nations level, the high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy and the UN Decade of Ocean Science, which is starting this year, also is addressing the marine plastic pollution. We think it's going to be a very important platform. Just a few words about the marine initiative towards the when we have launched following the Osaka Blue Ocean Vision from the G20 Osaka 2019. And under this marine initiative, the government of Japan has launched the sort of 3 or actually 4 effective actions to combat marine plastic litter at the global scale, focusing on the one of first managing the waste going into the source of the problem, and the recovery of marine litter, and the innovation and empowerment. And we have also worked with the Japanese government on hosting last year the Japan-China high-level roundtable dialogue on the environment, which has discussed the China-Japan cooperation on the addressing the collaboration on the marine plastics issue, from the monitoring to the management. There are some technical, of course, area that we need to be still to address, but the dialogue is going on at the moment. The other important issue, of course, is a collaboration with industry, academia, government, and private sector. And some examples of this effort that we have been doing, for instance, with the government of Palau, we have recently did the microplastic sampling equipment was installed on the competition boat and the companion vessel Marine Mirai during the Japan-Palau Friendship Yacht Race that we tried to sample survey the distribution of microplastics along this. This will also become a good tool to educate and make awareness of the importance of the marine plastics issue to general public. And we are also looking at the Arctic as a place where it's very also important to address the plastics. And you can see some of my statistics here that to show that both macroplastics and microplastics, our research community had indicated there is a high level of concentration intensity of microplastic in the Arctic Ocean as it goes all the strait goes up to the Arctic Ocean at the end. So that's where we see high concentration of the plastics. And we are this year, in this May, holding a 3rd Arctic Science Ministerial meeting here in Japan. And I hope that we all can get together, all these leading science ministers, to talk about the Arctic management and Arctic science, but also the one of which should include the topic of microplastics. So this is something that that we are hoping to do this year, and also the other programs that we initiate with our brother foundation or Nippon Foundation to combat the microplastic or plastic pollution projects domestically, targeting the prefectures, the sea coastlines of the Seto Inland Sea coast, for instance. And lastly, I just wanted to mention also that in 2025, we are planning to host the Osaka Expo, and one of the to showcase in this expo, one of the topics will be the blue innovation. And my colleagues and also the director Fritz has just mentioned that the importance of moonshot approach to convert find the alternatives to plastics, which would then replace at least the single-use plastics with a new innovation in this area, is something that we all have to work together. And we hope to showcase that in Osaka Expo 2025. With that, I would conclude my first interventions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atsushi Tsunami. Eugenia Barroca, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and thank you very much to everyone and to Clube de Lisboa for the organization of this incredible conference and all the partners involved. It's an honor to be here. So I'm going to start by showing examples of how youth in Portugal and around the globe has been acting and trying to find solutions to this big problem that we face of the plastic pollution. So first of all, I'm just going to present you really fast and briefly for who doesn't know us. So I'm representing the Ocean of Portugal, that is the Ocean Solutions Hub of Sustainable Ocean Alliance. It is an NGO based in San Francisco in the United States, but that acts globally and aims to develop leaders, cultivate ideas, and accelerate solutions. And it's one of the world's largest network of young ocean leaders, for having now more than 5,000 young ocean leaders in our network that are in more than 165 countries. In this community, there are, as the Ocean of Portugal example, other 63 ocean solutions hubs around the globe that are voluntary groups that try to bring ocean action and awareness to their communities. We funded, starting last year, for the first time, 92 microgrant projects that was to amplify the local action, and around 30 of these 92 microgrants were solutions for plastic pollution. And I'm going to tell you in a moment about one big example. We also produce like ocean literacy through webinars, and in the Ocean Accelerator program, we already until the moment supported 29 startups that are in 12 countries and raised $20 million of funding to support them. So about the Ocean of Portugal, it is this voluntary group that now is led by a team of 5 women ocean leaders. We are the voice of SUA in Portuguese for the Portuguese community, and our mission is to contribute for a sustainable future in our country. So we apply this to these 2 programs. One is based on ocean literacy, where we try to also increase the awareness of our community about this problem and others as well, and ocean policy. And we are acting in these both sectors. So ocean policy, I would just highlight this project that we are now, that is about the deep seabed mining. And in this project, Pelo Mar Profundo, we just launched a podcast that is Maré, that in the beginning will focus this topic, but then we'll open to diverse topics. So I believe that the plastic pollution will be something that we'll be really happy to discuss. And I also would like to share that we are now with the applications open for Bússola. It's our second online course, and we want to support 10 ideas, and we hope that some of these ideas are also solutions for the plastic pollution problem. So through the course, we aim to give tools as to pass an idea to a project in reality, so make the vision reality as well. And presenting some of the solutions, coming back to SUA Global and the startups that we already supported. So Planet Care, for example, as Tiago just mentioned in his speech, microfibers are one of the big problems inside of plastic pollution. And this is one microfiber filter to install in your clothes washing machine, and it can prevent that 90% of these fibers go to the water treatment fluid. So, and by that way, that avoids it to arrive to the rivers and then the ocean as well. And then also Crez foam, that it produces a compostable foam that is made of chitin of discarded shrimp shells. So it's kind of solving two problems by once. That first it was the shrimp shells was a waste in the industry. So now it's giving value, making this economy circular, and at the same time using it as a compostable material that can replace some packages and avoids all the impacts that when they are made of plastic. And also the bioselection, one last example, and there are more, I invite you to explore, that they are trying to recycle plastics that were not recyclable until the moment, and trying to insert them in cars, in construction materials, in 3D impressions as well. So trying to create our economy as more circular as we can. And I believe that's one of the big solutions that we can do. And one example of those microgrants that are the smaller projects and local action, I'm giving an example in Japan, that is Mimizu. It was one of the first water refill apps that helps the citizens to access where they have free refilling points for their water bottle. And this avoids that people consume disposable plastic bottles in their daily life, and also eliminates the need of it and reduces consequently all the waste that is associated to it. So, and finally, like coming back to the ocean of Portugal, like locally, in our ocean policy program, we are one of the entities and groups that is supporting this campaign that is Amar e Mar a Usar e Recuperar. It was first written by CIENA, a national NGO, but there's around 38 other entities and groups that support it. And basically the campaign is asking to the Portuguese government to apply a better developed deposit systems for all types of packages that we used to have. We already are familiarized, at least here in Portugal, with the glass system, but we want to apply these for all the materials, for plastic packages, metal packages, all of them. And the truth is that last year there was a step back from the government in the declaration written that was in public consultation, that it was saying that the regulation of the transition to this system would be by the choice of the industry itself. And we think that it should be by the decision of all society groups, from civil society, from NGOs, like from all the parts involved, because the industry itself is the one that have been fighting more to keep the linear system. And I think that we think that all the voices should be heard. So I also invite you to sign. And okay, this was my first intervention of sharing these solutions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Eugenia, thank you so much. Let's start the debate. Tiago Piticunha, I will start with you. So you were one of the reporters for for the creation of this new mission for research in Europe related to oceans. And this mission has really ambitious goals: zero pollution in 2030 and zero plastic pollution arriving to oceans in 2030. Could you also explain a bit more these goals and how can we achieve these ambitious goals? Because is this realistic, or do you think is this feasible? I mean,
thank you very much, Teresa. And I understand that maybe my Portuguese was not understood by everyone, given that translation has not worked. And I wanted probably to just go back to a couple of points so that everyone
okay.
understand them. I hope you don't mind.
No, please go ahead.
And I will address your question directly, and thank you for that question, which I think Bernard already mentioned as well in his initial intervention. So first of all, I wanted to say very quickly two things. One is that plastic pollution on the oceans has been extremely important for the ocean agenda. The ocean agenda has been pretty much absent from the high-end agendas of the international community in the last 2 decades, compared with climate or biodiversity, for instance, which understandable as well. They are very large crises. We all know about the climate crisis, the biodiversity, species extinction, but the ocean crisis is key for both of those other problems. And it hasn't really been on the map as much as I think we all would like that it would be. And plastics has become very mediatic, plastic pollution from the ocean. Human beings consider that the crisis of the oceans do not relate to them. They are important for the fish and for the whales, but not for human beings. So we are concerned with other crises that we take seriously, like migrations, securities, financial crisis, economic crisis. And I think that through the ocean plastic pollution, we realize how related we are to the ocean. This has been very important. It has launched citizen movements all over the world. It has really made the ocean now became a preoccupation, and this is very much important. The second thing I think is very important as well, for someone like me that has been for more than 20 years on ocean policies, is that pollution was not also the main issue on the agenda for the last 20 years within the ocean agenda. Pollution has been, in a way, at least for the North industrialized part of the world, we understood that we had dealt with pollution already at the 20th century. We thought that with our sewage systems, that we had dealt with it in the 80s and 90s with the last generation at that time of sewage systems. And the fact is that, unfortunately, this is not the case, and our current sewage system in the industrialized countries is responsible for most of the microplastics as well, or for a large part of microplastics, namely because we have the fibers and we have the fertilizers that are full of microplastics that comes through our sewage systems, that are the muds that are used as raw materials for fertilizers are very rich in microplastics because they use muds from our sewage systems. So plastics is very important for the oceans, and plastic is very important because it brings up this case of pollution again into the fore, and this is really important. And this takes me to your question. The European Commission has launched, has selected 5 societal challenges, including the ocean, seas and waters health, and has organized mission boards of European citizens which are experts in those different challenges. And within the challenge for the ocean and waters, it has produced a report with a vision, which is called Mission Starfish 2030, and which I think everyone should read, as it's probably one of the most progressive, I would say, reports on oceans that I am aware in the world at this moment. Not only because it is very integrated, but because it recognizes the ocean crisis and the crisis that humanity are because of this crisis, including the problems for ocean and waters. And there, I think there are very clear goals, and I finish with this. First of all, to reinforce the directive, the European directive of 2019 that Bernard has mentioned already, so that it overcomes the goals that are expressed in that directive, so that by 2025, the EU has banned all single-use plastics from the ocean. Also that by 2030, this can be enlarged to the international community worldwide, and that all the plastics in the EU market are recyclable or reusable. This is very important, but this means that we will need the international community as a whole involved. And this is why in my initial intervention, and I went with this, we said that we need to have an international agreement for plastic pollution, or we need to go back to discuss pollution as well at United Nations, in the ocean at United Nations. And this is what the Oceano Azul Foundation has also been very much investing through Rise Up for the Oceans, which is this large platform with more than 450 organizations, which was adopted with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation of Mr. Tsunami, which was one of the main partners, along with many other foundations and NGOs, and which says we really need to look into an international agreement for these matters. I'll end up here. I'm sorry I took off time.
Thank you, Tiago Piticunha. Let's hear Dr. Atsushi Tsunami about that. I mean, you mentioned several goals and the year, 2030, 2050. So what is your take on that? Do you think we need an international agreement, an international United Nations agreement, binding and abiding agreement for plastic? Is this feasible?
No, I have to echo what Tiago was saying, and I think it is very important for us to take us to the next step of actions. And I think we are now all aware of the problem in plastics and how to control. But also we also have to really accelerate the innovation part of it, where in fact that we need to find the alternative materials. I think we should be able to, as in the case of not CO2 emissions per se, but I mean, when we talk about greenhouse gases, and the industry are now able to replace some of the materials that goes into the air by more cleaner air. And can we find the alternatives to plastics? I think that's something that we really need to put all the efforts together. Scientists in Portugal, scientists in Japan, scientists in China, everyone should really focus on and accelerate this. And I think UN Decade of Ocean Science, which starting this year, would be a very good starting point to bring all this, our innovation, our knowledge, and our efforts to quickly find the alternative materials. And otherwise, we can, and then we have to go with this a switch from the plastics to the alternatives through the introduction of international agreements and the kind of the regulations that the Tiago and we are now working together to really put forth. And so this is two wheels.
So in your opinion, so just to clarify, so it's an international agreement is only possible if science and industry and universities, if they find alternatives to plastic. Otherwise, that will be a kind of utopic goal.
Yeah. So I think there's a area where we say regulation leads to innovation. So when somebody comes up with a very high standard of regulation, say in the California with an emission control, then the industry decides to invest on alternatives because the business as usual doesn't make their business anymore. No. So regulation, innovation goes hand in hand. And regulation also leads to innovation. The same. That's where I think Tiago and I are joining together to send a message that this business as usual is not going to be able to sustain.
So you are saying that we do really need an international binding agreement.
Yeah.
So and what year do you think that will be feasible? 2030? It's 10 years from now. Do you think that is feasible, or 2050? It's 30 years from now. It's too far away.
So well, sooner the better. And we're hoping originally that when Portugal would host this UN convention, the ocean will be a very good starting point. And unfortunately, because of the COVID, it became it has been postponed. So we'll see. But the sooner the better.
Okay, let's move to Bernard Fries. I mean, this topic is also raising questions from our audience. And one of the questions say, what is your, Tiago Piticunha already mentioned this, but this question also was also for Tiago Piticunha. What is your position on a multilateral agreement to reduce plastic? how do you rate the chances of negotiating one? And what can European Union do during the years it takes to negotiate one? I mean, do you agree? What is your take on that, Bernard Fries?
Teresa, yeah, thank you for the question. Maybe I should say first that it's one thing to set ourselves targets and agree. It's difficult enough sometimes in an international context, but to agree on targets and deadlines, and by this year we want to achieve that, and the other thing is to actually get there. And my feeling is that whatever we announce and agree, the real work starts afterwards when we have to implement these targets. Look at the Paris Agreement on climate change, 2015, 5 years ago. I think it's fair to say that none of the signatories really has done enough to even closely get to the target we set ourselves, the world set itself at the time. So it's really a matter of actually acting upon the kind of things. We have targets, we have a sustainable development goal, right? Now, on the other hand, I fully agree with what Dr. Tsunami said and Thiago said, that we need an international effort. Let me give an example. If we want to remove or attenuate the pollution in the Mediterranean, which is, as you know, a hotspot for not only plastic pollution, but for many problems. You can't do that but without bringing everybody on board, right? There's no point in the European Union acting alone if we don't bring on board our partners in the Middle East and in Africa and the whole sea basin of the Mediterranean. So we need that international effort, and it needs to be coordinated, it needs to be agreed, and it needs to be effective. Now, I believe all the ingredients are there, but we need to, it's technology. So indeed, finding alternative materials, stopping producing plastic from oil, basically. It's very important, and it's feasible, but we need technology, and some of the ideas that Eugenia has presented, I think, are good ones, and there are other ones, right? Like using algae, for instance, to make packaging material. It's investment. It is local development, so we need to really reach out to the ground, and you know what the Sustainable Ocean Alliance is doing. It's hugely important, and we need to reach out to the public, because without having the public and everybody really realizing how important that is for all of us, without that, it's not going to happen. It can't come top down, right? It needs to be so I think the work we need to do needs to bring on board all these things. International agreements, yes, but even more so at home, I think. We need to do our homework, and the homework needs to involve the citizens and needs to be carried by these kind of initiatives. And that's what we are trying to do. So if we go ahead with that ocean mission, we want to have the objective and the result, a kind of moonshot, but we want to be sure that it's not just another thing that's on paper, but we really put the money and also the effort and bring on board everybody who needs to contribute to have all this together to get to that result, because it is a little bit our last chance almost to tackle that problem. So 2030, good target, 10 years, but 10 years is a short time.
And about that mission, you mentioned the budget that mission will probably have. Could you clarify that point? And also, what part of that money will go to plastic pollution? And
there is. I mean, I would like to second Thiago in recommending the report. It's really a good product, a good work. It raises many issues. It does not really set out already the operational pathway that we have to go, and that's not the job. It wasn't the job of these experts, because their job was to point to the issues. Our work now in the next 2-3 months with Thiago and with his colleagues, and also with my staff, will be to work out concretely what to do. So it will probably mean trying to mobilize the European Union's research budget for the technology aspect. But as I just said, I think we have to go beyond, right? We have to try to mobilize local investment. We have to try to mobilize publicity and buy-in. And these are partly financial issues, but they're partly non-financial issues. And indeed, I think it comes back to what I said at the beginning, but also Dr. Tsunami said, we may have to look again at issues of regulation, because regulation is a driver for many of these things. If we in Europe here have said that we'll phase out cotton buds or banal things such as plastic beverage containers, and I'll give you a very banal example. The plastic tops of beverage bottles have to be attached in the future so that you don't lose them and they don't go into the general garbage. These kind of things will trigger technology. So it's about money. It's maybe about a lot of money, not yet decided, but important. It's about many other things as well that need to fit together, right?
So in what phase if the creation of this mission is? I mean, the European Commission is considering this report, this proposal, and what will be, when do you think
we have the report? We have 5 big areas. Other areas are things like beating cancer, or carbon-free cities is one, for instance. All important issues. We are working on a plan, a concrete plan, how to put it in practice. And then indeed the Commission and I suppose not only the Commission but European institutions will decide how we proceed. So we are in that phase now of trying to translate the report into a practical plan how to get it done. And
when it will be announced, the creation
later this year. Later this year.
Later this year. Okay, thank you so much. Let's take the Eugenia Barroca words. I'm still with you, Bernard Freis. Eugenia Barroca mentioned the microplastics and the textile fibers, and the European Union has just this single-use new legislation into force this year. So what will be the next big step related to plastic pollution in the European Union and in the European Commission? For instance, microplastics.
I spoke about the mission, right? So I think in the mission ocean, I think microplastics, I would think, will play a big role, and it has partly to do with technology. By the way, just as a side remark, 70% of all the microparticles come actually from car tires, right? So when you push the brake pedal of your car every time, so this goes into the water, it goes into the rivers, it goes into the seas. So there's a much bigger problem that probably is not as easy to solve. But a lot of the microplastics could, I suppose, be avoided. The microplastics that you have in personal hygiene products, in shampoos, in all kind of consumer products. And again, one part of the solution could be to find alternatives, or simply find products that work without any of these particles. And then it may well be having to go back to the drawing board and see, is there a case or not to extend regulation? That is something I cannot anticipate. It needs to be part of a bit more holistic plan. And of course, we are working very hard to implement this directive of 2 years ago that excuse me, it obliges our European member countries to take pretty much advanced action to try to reduce either the putting into the market or the recycling or the responsibility of producers for these single-use plastics. And that's really something that's not trivial. I think it sets in a way the standard also beyond Europe for what the industry should be doing and what authorities should be doing. So, just implementing what we have now, even before we make new plans, is very important.
Okay, thank you so much. Eugenia Barroca, you told me previously in a conversation that you are not already anti-plastics. And you have this, you are fighting for this campaign about the packages. So why? What did make you change?
Thank you, Teresa. So I think it was also the time and the experience of life, so growing up as well, but also because when I was younger, I was focusing as a teenager, learning the world, I was focusing a lot the problems. And as far as I was aware of the dimension of the problems, that they seemed so big, like for the little human that I was. So I think that I was not literally anti-plastic, but I focused so much say no to plastic, don't consume it. And I was focusing a lot the consumer actions and choices, like the citizens. And growing up, I understood, as I've been just mentioning, that we need a change, like it's not only of the consumer responsibility, it's there is a legal responsibility from government, there is production responsibility from industry, the EPR that was mentioned, that I believe it's a really good new system to transition that. And also because I understood that in these decades since the plastic first showed up, in the beginning, the plastic was a solution for a lot of problems, and actually it avoided like killing in the beginning a lot of animals' lives, because we were killing elephants and other animals. So now it's this big problem, and I believe that the solution passes to use it according to the life of the products that where we apply them. So instead of applying them in single-use plastics and disposable materials that have just a life used by the consumer of 1 minute or until 10, like it should be applied to materials that will, that will last years, that will be like indoors in the houses, that will have accelerated and facilitated recycling system. That's also like not just by the consumer, and I speak by myself. So a lot of time we want to recycle, but it's not up just to us. It's like all network that needs to be functionally working and cooperating for recycling be at the most high rate of percentage and performance. So yes, so basically that was how I changed my perspective, Teresa, was of like learning and being aware of all the factors, all the interdisciplinarity that involves to solve this. And I believe that all the problems, because the ocean is an interconnected system, so it also demands interconnected solutions.
Because the problem is that the anti-plastic solution is not a solution if you don't have a solution for being anti-plastic, I suppose. So Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, I wonder if you think that the problem of the plastic will grow in the future, if it will continue to rise, if we will have, if you think it might be a source of conflict and tension among nations. How do you see it, what is your perspective on this issue?
Yeah, Teresa, I think unfortunately this issue is not going to go away so quickly. And I was going to originally to show some of the statistics that our researchers have done, looking at the source of the plastics and also the amount of, or the sort of the percentage of each countries of actually recycling and managing the plastic waste. And it's unfortunate to say that Asian countries are very still needs a long way to go, and we expect these economies to grow continuously. And of course, that would mean that there are more usage of plastics, and the more demand side of the plastics would continue, unless we find the alternative materials and to replace that. But at the moment, I can see that this trend is not going to be easily reversed. And yeah, that's why not only finding a replacement of the plastics or to reduce the usage of plastics, but we have to find a way to recycle it. So make sure that these plastics not ends up in the ocean. And Tiago was mentioning about the sewage problems, the systems. I mean, it's not just the developing countries' problem. It's the way that we actually model our economy. And in Japan, there's so many convenience stores now that operates 24 hours, and a lot of products, the consumer products, are wrapped into a more individual packages, because we have now we are in a lifestyle of either living alone or a very small number of families. In old days, it's a bigger family, so all these consumer products are really getting to more individual size and smaller size, and it's all increasing the usage of plastics. And the COVID, and that created like Uber Eats and everything. Now everything is online. We order things instead of going to the restaurant, and they all come with the plastics, trays or, and any other things. So, all these things are going on at the moment. So it's not easy actually to see this this sort of trend being reversed. So, and that's why we need to continue our dialogue and make sure that we, have to really come up with the model so that every developing countries and the growing economies can also adapt easily to really increase the level of recycling and managing, and then on to the next phase of ultimately replacing the plastics.
And do you think that that technical support for developing countries came from this global framework, from an international treaty, for instance?
Yes, and also I think that's what Friends of Ocean Action and the World Economic Forum, for instance, and we discussing the nationals and large corporations that provides this a global supply chain system, and we are trying to, if they were able to introduce some of the solutions to this, then that would automatically reach out to the most part of the world because of their huge side of the global supply chain. And I think, either you work with them, and also we have to work with local communities, and including countries like, small island states that we often discuss with, even like countries like Palau, Marshall Islands. One island alone and one island state alone cannot develop a very efficient recycling system. But if you can put together a collection of a group of island states, and to have the kind of a cycling system that would manage the plastic waste going into the ocean at the same, that sort of new innovative a policy solution would also be important to address. So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eugenia Barroca, do you think that this international agreement could also help organizations like yours fighting for plastic pollution? Because in terms of communicating science, it's a better way for communicating science, because we will have goals and the targets, like for instance, the climate change United Nations Convention. Do you think this could facilitate the fighting for plastic pollution also on your side?
Of course, I think that mainly because that there will be a support structure, and if it is an international treaty, it means that there is a global support system for all the citizens that want to take this ocean action. So it already exists punctually in some countries and so on, but to be aligned and cooperating like internationally and globally, I believe that our efforts would improve and amplify their scale of impact as well, much more, because in truth, like everything that ACOA does is aligned with the SDG 14 of protecting marine life. So we just want that we have more solutions and amplify their impact as more as we can, because the goal and the ideal would be that in the end of this decade of ocean science, we would be in a completely different system, and the oceans will be like better managed and recovering already. That would be the ideal point. And I believe we can use the decade to act, to obviously discuss, align and cooperate, but to start acting. And that could be one of the possibilities that could, I think it could accelerate, as Bernard said, that is essential, that we need to accelerate the process. And by having a legal support system that is aligned globally, I can give the example of Anchor, that is also by some cooperation international, just focusing the Atlantic, but it could be one example like of many others of all those kind of the positive results from what happens when governments align their policies, and like, because also it's managing and saving resources. It's being sustainable by doing that, because we have different expert research groups in different countries. We have different discoveries, and every person has different knowledge. So if we are all collaborating and sharing, I believe that the results and the place where it can get us will be much further than where we are now.
Thank you so much, Eugenia Barroca. Dr. Tiago Piticunha, I think this question might be for you from the audience. How do you feel about the application of the European Union recovery funds to tackle this problem?
Well, yeah, they are definitely, they should be definitely a very important instrument for this matter. Now, I also fear the following, at least from a European perspective. I fear that in this decade, we run the risk of having increased substantially the ambition for climate action, as we did through the Green Deal and through everything that is involved now of this Recovery and Resilience Pact, which in a way which in a way also is meant to finance the Green Deal, and leave the oceans as a as a less important matter with a ambition much lower. I say this because, for instance, if we look into the international scene and we understand that the High Seas Treaty, which has been on the making almost for 15 years under the UN auspices, is not going anywhere, I understand that doesn't seem to be a level playing field between oceans and climate, but we will not solve the ocean problem, the climate problem, if we don't have viable oceans. I think that everyone will need to understand that. Everyone needs to understand that, you know, first we need the oceans, but the oceans now need us. And so for that, I think that we would need to be bolder, so to say. Atsushi said we should not go business as usual. And I totally agree with this. And this is why the idea of having an international agreement, it's important. I say that governments and states are at different levels, stages of development. You have developed states and developing states. You cannot ask the same to all of them. But of course, you can use the creativity of the Paris Agreement with national determined contributions and probably come up with solutions with NDCs for plastics as well. That could be something that could be developed. Now, as I said, my biggest fear is having watched the oceans away from the limelight in the first 2 decades of this year. And let me tell you that the ocean has been on since probably 5 years ago, since maybe the UN Ocean Conference in 2017, since the plastics became an issue, since the problems of hurricanes or typhoons have become an issue with the results, the impacts of climate change. So I say that we should even be more ambitious. And if I go back to Rise Up for the Seas, you know, this blue call to action, here we also have a very clear ask, which is that for the oceans to not to lose this decade, the 2030 decade, we need to have, by the mid of this decade, a summit at the highest possible level. We need to kick off with the UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon in 2022, but we need to aspire to a heads of state and government conference on the ocean, because the ocean problems need a global response, which will include marine protected areas for the high seas. It will include reducing plastic pollution in the oceans, will include dealing with biodiversity loss in the oceans, biomass, pollution, all the aspects of the oceans. And I think that is very important that all organizations start kind of trying to work on how to do it, not what to do it. Because Rise Up for the Oceans, and excuse me for raising it so many times, but Rise Up for the Oceans, it's already a list of what needs to be done to save the oceans. But the problem is that we need more than the list of what needs to be done. We will need to understand how we can do it. And here in the plastics, we've been discussing this in this panel. And this is why I commend the Lisbon Club and your moderation, Teresa, and all our friends here in the panel, that we've been discussing that for plastics, we need campaigning, so public awareness, what Eugenia is doing and SOAS is doing is very important. The Oceano Azul Foundation launched a program 2 years ago in which we coordinate all the citizen movements in Portugal for beach cleanups. We want all this constituency to understand that working together plays much better than working fragmented. We do that, but then of course we have the innovation issue that everyone spoke here. Bernard spoke about the tires. We need green tires, so we hope the industry will come with answers. We need to solve the problems in many ways, because it's interesting that people associate plastic pollution to the oceans, but unfortunately, plastic pollution, microplastics are everywhere. They are in the ocean, they are very heavily in the soil, and they are in the atmosphere, because unfortunately there is scientific research that evidences that we have rain with microplastics on the earth nowadays. So it's a very complex matter that really requires a very bold and very courageous action by the part of, I hope, the European Union, and I hope the international community as a whole.
Thank you so much. Tiago Piticunha. Eugenia, what do you think? I mean, this is, I'm sorry, where is the question? I think this will be a question more for you. In what your opinion, what paper with the plastic liner is not recyclable? Are they more sustainable? Could you answer this question to our audience? It's a question from the audience.
Understand, Teresa, it's paper with plastic.
Paper with plastic liner. I think that might be the, for instance, the milk packages, or
maybe those like pamphlets, like publicity papers that have both plastic and paper. As far as I'm aware, like I'm not aware of a solution, like specifically of the SOA solutions. There is not one specific regarding that, and I also work more for the leadership and not the accelerator program, so I don't know that in a big deep. I'm sorry for that, but I will just mention that it was mentioned. I show an example of using the crust foam that was using shrimp cells, but as it was already mentioned, there are other examples, and also using algae. And one of these examples is Lollyware. It was a participant on our first cohort of accelerator, and they are pioneers on using seaweed for disposable products. So I don't know exactly the answer for that, but I believe at least these two companies could help improving that situation. And I would also just like to add a paragraph to what Tiago just said, that Sustainable Ocean Alliance also supports Rise Up, and I believe it's an incredible cause to unite our efforts for the protection of our ocean. And also that the young ocean leaders in SUA started last year to write their Blue New Deal, and especially led by the youth on the Youth Policy Advisory Council, EPAC group. And one member of this group will be present in this conference tomorrow, that is Marina Porto, in the panel with the Minister of the Sea of Portugal. So I just wanted to share this, because Tiago also mentions the Green Deal. So we also defend that we need the Blue New Deal, like that is, we are not the only one speaking about it or working on that, but that really focus the ocean as the central key to balance our climate and to recover our planet's health.
Thank you so much, Eugenia Barroca. Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, this is the decade for the science ocean, and you also mentioned the importance of science, and Tiago and Bernard, all of you have been mentioning the importance of science to kick off the research for solutions to plastic. So what is your country doing during this decade for ocean research science ocean research
Yes.
and related also to the problem of plastic, of course.
Yes, we have now establishing the Japan's Decade of Ocean Science Committee. It's a government committee that would bring together the scientists and people that are working on the ocean to formalize the Japan's effort on the contribution to the UN Decade of Ocean Science. And I think, I'm not sure whether the Portugal or other countries would organize such a national committee, but if that happens, we are very much eager to work with and share the information and whatnot. And one of the things that we are doing, for instance, with a dialogue with China, is to have the set of the common standards for monitoring the marine plastics and microplastics, and because there are many several ways of the scientists actually monitoring and observing the sort of the magnitude and the characteristics of the microplastics in different parts of the ocean. And if we could standardize and that would bring all together some of the data that we can all share under the same standard measure, and then we can also address a common kind of ways to tackle this problem. And the scientists can all, I mean, that would be the way the scientists can really help us to put together the monitoring data from different part of the ocean, and together, and we can understand where it's coming from and where it's going to, and also the seasonal effects as well as the climate crisis effect. And as I also mentioned that that we are now also monitoring the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic is where the all these currents, at least on the northern sphere, was really collects all the plastics into. And what we are finding is some of the ghost nets and the waste from the fisheries and the plastics that are really being concentrated in the Arctic area. And we are now building a new icebreaker science research vessel in Japan, and where we can bring all that into the Arctic and also try to monitor this. So there are many ways of scientists internationally can work together to tell us how bad it is, where it's being concentrated, what should our policy focus would be in effectively, addressing this issue. So Japan, hopefully, by creating this national committee, would really send this message in the important voice with a UNESCO IOC people, group. So that's what we are doing at the moment. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Atsushi Tsunami. Bernard Fries, what is the European Commission preparing for this Ocean Science Decade? Bernard? Yes, Bernard? Bernard Fries?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, sorry.
Hello, I thought, yes, I was not hearing you. I think you wanted to comment, to make a remark on Tiago Piticunha comment, I suppose.
If I may, yeah. I think it's a very good question. Where does all the money for the recovery go, right? And there is a very large amount of funds and funding and money available at the moment and being made available by the European Union. And I think it's really relevant to ask, actually, is it going to these causes that we are here trying to resolve, right? And what's important to realize, and Tiago knows that very well, is that the decisions about how these funds are being spent are made in Lisbon, in Paris, in Berlin, And they're made actually, not even in the capitals, but they're made at the local level sometimes. You know, are we going to fund, I don't know, a new water cleaning station, or are we going to put it into new roads? And these decisions are being made now. So one of the things we can do, we all can do as citizens, and I guess the SAO and others have that on their radar screen, is to try to make sure that these funds for recovery, of which there are a lot, go precisely into the kind of things we want to achieve here. Yeah. So very important, I think. It's very important because it's happening right now, and in the next few months, these decisions. That's my main point. So it's an encouragement really to say, look, it's great what you're doing here, because you're raising awareness about that, and it should feed back immediately to not only the political level at the national level, but to the regions, to the local decision makers who are sitting at the lever of investment decisions. The important thing is to break the trend, right? To break the trend, which goes in the wrong direction because there's more plastic being produced, more plastic leaking, more pollution, and to reverse the trend. And so we need a big effort. Huh? That's really, really, really important to get that traction. And one way, and of course, the important way of breaking the trend is to really inspire the public and maintain that awareness that we have, thankfully we have about the health of the oceans. And so I'm looking to, I think what the Stable Ocean Alliance are doing is great. And you know, clearly I'm looking to that organization and others to help us and to work with us to try to do that. Because you know, having young ocean leaders going out and making the case, I think that's exactly what we need now. We somehow need to find the lever, the leverage to break this trend that goes in the wrong direction. And another point, you know, and that I say to any government in Europe, I don't know whether Portugal has been over the years, you know, such a great nation in terms of promoting the case of the oceans, and of course you do that because you're a maritime nation, and if there's any good ally we've ever had in actually promoting the case of the oceans, it's Portugal and very few others. But I say that to any government, if you're thinking of giving new licenses for oil and gas exploitation, platforms in the sea, things like that, think twice, do something else. There are many other technologies and many other investments that can be made that are not harmful, because plastics is the flip side of oil and gas. It's very clear, and so we have to take that view as well. But important thing to break the trend and to use the funds that we have now available to make that recovery that we need in the right direction, to have a green recovery, and to really make that concretely happen on the ground.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me read one of the questions of the audience. Two panelists have now suggested ocean summits and blue deals to ensure the ocean is not forgotten. But would it not be far more effective to put ocean in the climate COP, the biodiversity COP, transport summits, energy summits, to ensure the message, the need for the health of ocean and the solutions of a healthy ocean can provide will go beyond the ocean bubble to policymakers to take the ocean into account? That's a bit what Dr. Atsunami already mentioned in the treaty, I suppose, but do you want to comment a bit this question? I mean, if we could integrate all the plastic pollution in the existing instrumental.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. So I guess you know, Tiago and Tiago should answer this, but you know, we have been collaborating together on the COP every year when we host the Ocean Day Action Day during the COP to make sure that within the framework of the COP, the ocean at least takes the central stage or close to the central stage, and we are also addressing the you know, blue economy, sustainable blue economy issue within the discussions of World Economic Forum, for instance, or even the CBD, and or you know, other international existing platform, and to make sure the ocean is not forgotten, but I think also though we need to have a ocean platform that would bring other issues to that platform in a sort of reverse manner as well. And I think the high-level panel under the UN could be one such an effort. But also our ocean, which is an international conference on the ocean dialogue, unfortunately, it has been postponed after Palau was scheduled to host this event last year. But all these things are dedicated to the ocean. But then, of course, the challenge is to bring other stakeholders to the ocean event, not just the ocean people together, talking about the importance of ocean. So that exchange of different platforms are going to be very important. That's why I mentioned G20, and also I also mentioned the expo that we'll be hosting in 2025. So yes, the question was very a good question, and I think that's something that we're and Tiago, for instance, may wanted to jump in, but we are trying to be in that platform as well. Thank you.
Tiago, do you want to jump in quickly because our time is running?
Very quickly, you know that this question is a question relating on how do we produce governance. And you know, it's very difficult to produce integrated governance. We work in silos as human societies, as human organizations. And normally we tend to have a human activity with a solution for a problem, and that's how we deal with issues. The importance of having the ambition of getting to a global ocean pact in the future is that at a very high level is that is exactly the way you will have then the ocean in the other framework conventions and in the other processes, because the fact is that so far this is not happening. The ocean was completely absent in 2009 on the first attempt to have a climate pact in Copenhagen. The ocean got one word in the Paris Agreement in 2015 in Paris, one word in the preamble. The ocean finally got in 2019 in Madrid the nexus between oceans and climate change. We will believe that we took us 20 years of UNFCCC to get into the nexus between oceans and climate. So we definitely need to move up, to step up a gear and to move up into a different kind of operation, of the way we operate, I would say, to solve the ocean crisis. And this is why if you will have a global pact for the ocean, you can address the climate issues with the ocean, the biodiversity issues with the ocean, the pollution issues with the ocean, the biodiversity issues with the ocean, the biomass issues with the ocean. You can actually address those problems. We should never forget, we cannot breathe without the oceans. The oxygen is very important. We cannot drink water without the oceans. We cannot live, and no species can live without the oceans in this planet. And this is what I would like to say again. I will probably just repeat this sentence. The ocean needs us, but now we also need the oceans.
Thank you, Tiago Viticunha. And final question for all of you. And what to do about the plastic is already in the ocean? I mean, it's an utopia to take off this plastic from the ocean, right? From the perspective point of view, technical and economically, that will be not viable. So, what do you think that's an utopia, a dream, a science fiction? And we should concentrate our efforts on land.
Can I start?
Who goes first? Bernard, go ahead, please.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Teresa. It's a very good question. Of course, we need to make an effort where we can, and it needs to be supported. And you know, fishermen can do a good job in just fishing for plastic, and we can try to clean up the ocean gyres and so on. As you say, it is not going to be the solution. I think as mankind, we have to accept that we have done harm and we cannot fully repair it. But what is really important is that we don't do more harm and we stop the trend. That's really important. And it's important for our children, basically, not for us even, but for our children. So that really is something we need to take seriously and focus on.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Atsushi Tsunami?
Yes,
please.
I have a colleague who has actually started his own company to find a solution to clean up the ocean. And you can study the currents, and there are several hotspots where the automatically some of these plastics that are floating will be collected to. And you can find a business model where you can go out there and effectively collect those. But this is, of course, it's not enough. There's other microplastics that's very, you know, it's already out in the ocean. There are other ways, maybe using kelp as a curtain to, collect some of the microplastics using those materials. And so there are some innovations that are coming out of in trying to solve. So we should not give up, of course. But I think, meanwhile, we have to also find a solution to stop going those plastic reaching into the ocean. So I'm still hopeful, but again, maybe our efforts to really to address this as the key problem that would then bring all these young talented minds to go out there and then find a solution for us. Thank you.
Eugênia Barroca, you are an active person on campaigns and cleaning campaigns. So how do you see this problem?
I definitely don't think that is an utopy, because there is several examples, as was already mentioned, but I would mention the Ocean Cleanup, founded by Boyan Salt. He's my age, so I've been following because he started it when he was 18. And even that it looks like an utopia and he's having challenges, obviously, but he's trying actively to clean the plastics, at least the macro and mesoplastics floating in the surface of the ocean, that they accumulate and form as kind of new continents. So that's being tried, and there are other solutions in terms of cleaning the microplastics as well. So I think we should never stop trying and innovating and finding those solutions. But as it was mentioned, and as I already said, I think we need to act from all directions. So yes, we should try to clean what is already in the ocean, but obviously we should stop to let more plastic to arrive there. And that passes a lot by ocean literacy itself. I've gave more emphasis to innovation and solutions because I think it's also important, but ocean literacy is in the base, because for a person to find a solution, it needs to be informed and aware of the problem, and also be informed and educated about the tools that can help them to build the solutions. So ocean literacy, for example, I would highlight the Blue School program that is pioneered also in Portugal. And I think it's being an example already international that the other countries should take to teach those principles of ocean literacy since kindergarten to high school, and hopefully in all the degrees. So I would like to end up like this, that basically if everyone is aware, everyone will want to act to protect it.
Okay, thank you so much, Eugênia Barroca. Tiago Piticunha, please, do you want to make a final comment on that topic, and then we will finish?
I don't want to, for the fair of how great it was to be with such friends and colleagues in this panel, and again to say congratulations to the Lisbon Club for which is a very interesting think tank for doing this conference on oceans, a think tank that normally does not deal with oceans. Has brought the issue, and this is also interesting, and to thank you, Teresa, and especially to thank Fernando Cardoso, because of course he is the Secretary General who has invited me to join, and he has worked very hard for this conference on a very efficient manner. So thank you very much to him as well.
So thank you so much. Let me just announce that the next panel will start at 11:30 a.m. And the topic is the extending continental shelves. I want also to thank you to the four speakers and the audience for being here and to discuss these topics and this global crisis. Thank you so much, and have a good day, please.
Bom dia a todos os participantes. Eu sou Luísa Meireles, jornalista, diretora de informação da agência Lusa, e queria, antes de mais, lembrar a todos que, devido a razões que estará disponível tradução simultânea em inglês, mas que este debate vai desenrolar-se todo em inglês devido a problemas técnicos surgidos à última hora. Seja como for, agradeço desde já a vossa presença em nome do Clube de Lisboa e, por favor, não se esqueçam de colocar as vossas questões. I will speak now in English. Good morning to all participants. I am Luísa Meireles. I'm a journalist and editor-in-chief of the Portuguese news agency Lusa. And first of all, I would like to remind you that we have simultaneous translation here available in English. So you can watch this panel in English by selecting the language, the English, in your option bar at the bottom of the screen. So thank you all for your presence on behalf of Clube of Lisboa. Now we'll begin our panel on the importance of the continental shelves, the strategic challenge they represent, and the security problems they pose today. What obstacles are there to their implementation? And we can ask if diplomacy and the law of sea has been effective in preventing disputes between states. The topic will be debated by the members of our panel, which I will now introduce. Admiral Melo Gomes, coordinator of the follow-up group of the Commission for the Extension of the Portuguese Continental Shelf. Duarte Bué Alves, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Portuguese representation to the OECD. And Tetsuo Konati, Senior Researcher at the Japanese Institute of International Relations, Professor of Global Studies at Meikai University, Urayasu. And finally, Larry Meyer, Director of the School of Marine Science and Ocean Engineering and the Center for Coastal and Ocean Mapping, University of New Hampshire. Okay, thank you very much. So I think that we can now talk a little bit among us and to all. I want to remind, just to say something. We know that in the first decade of the new millennium, we have assisted, it was marked by, in the international level, by a kind of rush of coastal states to fix the outer limits of their continental shelves. Of course, that in the world of shortage of raw materials and other vital resources, the ability to extend the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, it's of undeniable importance for access to mineral, energy, and biogenetic resources. So I'd like to ask to Admiral Fernando Melo Gomes if there is a lot and different kind of disputes about the continental shelves between and among the states. Do you please can explain to us why there are some and so many disputes, and what is the origin of these disputes?
Thank you very much, Luisa. Very happy to be here, and I have to thank to Clube of Lisbon to have this opportunity. And to answer to your question, let me first of all try to share my presentation because it's quite useful for
Admiral, let me say to all, that I want also to remind everybody that you can, and I should say, I would say you should ask questions by Zoom or on YouTube. So, okay. Thank you. So please go on. Sorry.
So I think that you can see what is in my screen. Yeah, and I will tell you that the international disputes associated with the extending of continental shelves have origin, in my view, in two main strands. First of all, the resource stress. As I understood, a combination of economic, environmental, political, demographic tensions associated with threats and risks, if not conflicts, arising from the scarcity of depletion of raw materials fundamental to the economy and to the development. The second item that I think is important is the territorialization of the sea provided by the Montego Bay Convention. As you know, UNCLOS, which in addition to postulating the concepts inherent from maritime law, essential founded on custom, established general principles on exploitation of the natural resources of the sea, the living and non-living, and those of the soil and subsoil of the ocean. In addition to the traditional concepts to the territorial sea, contiguous area, etc., the codification focuses in particular on the rights of the economic exclusive zone with 200 miles and the continental shelf, which may extend up to 300 nautical miles. Let me pass to this slide. That's the example of the proposal of the Portuguese extension. But I'm not going to speak about that in any detail. Of course, I think that is easy to understand that the huge maritime areas adjacent to coastal states that the Convention turns possible, reaching living and non-living resources that we don't know completely yet, but we think that are of enormous economic and strategic potential, and where the states can exercise total sovereignty or simple jurisdiction. It's a highly conductive source of conflicts of interest, not only economic, but also political and strategic. It was no accident that the UNCLOS, having been taking its initial steps in 73, only came to be signed in 82 in Montego Bay. And it should be noted that Portugal only ratified the convention in 1997. And the US, with very relevant maritime and strategic interests, have not yet done so, despite a tentative on Obama administration by 2012. I'm not going to extend much on what is the value of the ocean and the value of the continental shelves on several resources. And of course, this is very, very well known for everybody. But I will go mainly to make a vol d'oiseau on the types of the attrition that we can identify on that equation between the states and that are here depicted. I think that it should be noted that the conceptual basis that first shapes the state's argumentation is the aforementioned UNCLOS, framed by many diverse legal views and scientific interpretations that the Convention make possible. Of course, the soft and hard power of major powers, it's no stranger to these various possible interpretations in which diplomacy and even coercion have a permanent presence. Without going into detail, the main types of conflicts, of frictions between states are the disputes on maritime borders. We know that we have in the world more than 500 maritime borders, and less of half have been agreed between states. So we have here a cause of the attrition that we can identify in many zones of the oceans. The second item I would like to address is the issue between identifying islands versus rocks. Rocks don't have economical life, and so they are not entitled to have EEZ and, of course, continental shelf. And on the opposite, isles can have it. So the convention is not very well defined, precise on the definition of what is an island or what is a rock, and arguing between states, as we can see further on this discussion. Issues relating the ownership of the territory, of course, mainly islands. That's all over the oceans, especially in the Arctic, as Larry is going to address, and differences as to interpret the rules defining the natural continuity of the territory, which is a condition sine qua non of the possibility of the extension of the continental shelf. This is the 76th article of the Convention that has been subject to many discussions and even theses all over the world. Because we have a latitude of interpretation that, of course, it's a source of attrition. Finally, I would like to say that the landlocked states, of course, have the opposition of extending the domains of the riverine states to the oceans, because, of course, they feel that they should be part of the profits that this could come. And of course, the states that have technology to explore the seabed and further on the soil are not interested also to share and to pass that technology to the other states that, of course, don't have. In the broad sense, of course, the major states, the major powers are driving and trying to push the interpretations of those types of conflict in their own profit. And of course, we have here a fight between the power of the law and the law of the power. And I think that's my first intervention, as we should say. And thank you very much for listening. I will be very keen to answer any question that you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Admiral. I'd like to ask now Duarte Bué Alves, the particular question of Portugal. I mean, the proposal to extend the Portuguese continental shelf, started to be discussed at the United Nations, if I remember, in 2017, although the proposal was submitted in 2009. Is that so? So, can you explain the importance of the extension of the continental shelf to Portugal? And 4 years after this discussion, where do we stand?
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. And let me start by thanking for the kind invitation of Clube Lisboa and Ambassador Seixas da Costa, its chairperson, and also Fernando Cardoso and all his team for the tireless work of putting together all these speakers and different panels for our discussion today and tomorrow. And also, I wanted to salute the partner entities this morning, namely EMSA, where we should be if it was for the pandemic situation, and the Embassy of Japan in Lisbon. Japan is a country that is very dear to my heart. I've lived there and worked there, so I wanted to make this note. And of course, also, I want to greet you, Luisa, and other members of the panel. Well, as you said, and all the process of the Portuguese proposal for the extension of the continental shelf has been developed in the last years based in the UNCLOS Convention that Admiral just referred to, the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, and it was presented at the United Nations in New York a couple of years ago. In 2017 was the date when the United Nations have established the subcommission that is going to study and analyze the Portuguese process. But going directly to your questions about why is this important to us? Why is this relevant to Portugal, and what have we applied for the extension of the continental shelf, and what are the main reasons behind that? Well, I would say that first of all, there are political reasons. I mean, we are members of the UNCLOS Convention. It's called the Constitution of the Sea, metaphorically speaking. It's the basic law, international basic law of the sea. And as a coastal country, as a maritime country, something that we have inherited from history, and of course, it's the contingency of our geography. I mean, we are entitled to make this, to use this possibility of and presenting the possibility of extending our continental shelf, and being a maritime nation, having a maritime agenda and pledging for the maritime debate in the international arena. This is politically consistent with this profile Portugal does have in the international debate. Then a second reason I would point out is that because by doing so, we can deepen the maritime dimension, our openness to the Atlantic Ocean, the way we look at the sea. That's also part of what we have inherited from history. That's part of our position, for example, in the European Union and the European integration process. This is part of a broader geopolitical debate between maritime powers, sea powers, and continental powers. And of course, it's very clear where we stand. We stand on the side of those countries who are more attached, or particularly attached to this maritime dimension, because the ocean has been for us traditionally a way of meeting the world outside. Then the third reason I would point is the economic importance. And the economic importance, I would say, has different approaches or different angles or different dimensions. I mean, the international debate on oil exploitation is an important one, although nowadays more and more our societies are going through decarbonized societies, and we are all striving for societies that are neutral in carbon neutrality. And so that means that the possibility of exploring oil and hydrocarbons is less visible or less interesting and less appealing. Then we have another economic dimension with deep sea mining. And this is also an important debate. I think we'll be particularly focused on our panel tomorrow morning. And this has to do with the possibility of exploring rare earth materials and minerals in our in our extended continental shelf, although there are voices claiming for a moratorium until we fully understand the picture in terms of environmental consequences, there are immense possibilities in terms of biotechnology, both for medicines, for example, for cosmetics. The industry around cosmetics and medicines, drugs is tremendously important. And even, for example, in the course of the research to combat COVID-19, there are particular developments recently about some chemical elements that are found on the ocean that can be used. Fourth element, or fourth reason, security and defense. And then the Admiral is obviously much more skilled to elaborate on that than me, but Portugal, as a founding member of NATO back in '49, should pay particular attention to this security and defense dimension of the continental shelf. Is not a coincidence that our strategic concept of national defense does make a reference to the continental shelf. And of course, both the Navy, but also the Air Force may have a role to play. And the final reason, the fifth and final reason I would point out, we could elaborate about this for hours, but the fifth element I would elaborate to finish for now my the answer to your question. The first one, the last one, the fifth and final one would be capacity building, because this is a very complex process from a scientific point of view. And what we have seen in the last years, not only with Portugal, but with all the other countries that have submitted their proposals, is that to pursue this goal, there are lots of scientific studies that have to be done. Maybe a figure that is not maybe is not so familiar to our participants in this conference this morning is that only 19% of the ocean is mapped. So to a large extent, the ocean remains unknown. And by presenting this proposal of extending the continental shelf, what we have to do is to study, to investigate, to do research. And this, we have developed more than 1,000 days of maritime campaigns to do that. And this involves academia, scientists, politicians, decision makers, but also civil society, NGOs, journalists, diplomats. So it's a capacity building, is a broad capacity building where we are all learning. And learning about the sea is surely an excellent way to combat ignorance, because ignorance is one of the enemies we face ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Duarte. I will switch now to Larry Meyer. The Arctic is the area with the most conflict potential of all. I would say. I can mention at least 5 countries interested. I mean, Norway, Denmark, Russia, USA, Canada. So what is so special about this extended continental shelf activities in the Arctic? And how do you think these activities impact in the point of view of diplomacy, security, and strategic issues?
Well, thank you, Luisa, and thank you to the Club Lisboa for this kind invitation, and welcome to all my other panelists. And they offered a tremendous introduction to my response to your question. Let me share my screen and see if that works. Can you see it now? They're just fine.
Yes,
Great.
We can see it.
Yes, and as you point out, the Arctic is certainly the area where there has been tremendous attention for potential conflict, and we see these amazing headlines of battle for the Arctic, Arctic land grab, scramble for the Arctic, and really focused on many of the issues that Admiral Gomez brought up. But the reality is, and this is the interesting thing, and one of the wonderful things about the Convention on Law of the Sea, is that despite all this hype, this media hype, the Arctic nations, the 5 Arctic nations, as you've mentioned, have all really been following the rule of law. They've been using the Law of the Sea Treaty. There has been no real conflict yet, and I emphasize yet because I'll get to the end of my story, which I have some concern about. But so far, it's been just a wonderful example of following the rule of law and how the Law of the Sea Treaty can, in an area where there is potential, really lead to an appropriate way to settle disputes. What's so special about the Arctic, and probably the reasons we have this issue, is that unlike the other Arctic Ocean basins, the Arctic, if you look up here in this area here, all this white area, this is geologic continental shelf. And the Arctic is made up 52% of geologic continental shelf, when every other ocean basin is a much, much smaller percentage. The Atlantic, which is the next largest, is something like 17%. As you see here, the white area here on at least the US side of the Atlantic. Having 52% of the basin be geologic continental shelf means that much greater proportion will be extended continental shelf in the context of Article 76 in the Law of the Sea Treaty. And as Admiral Gomez also pointed out, we have the potential here because this is a very resource-rich area, potentially. It's been estimated that something like 13% of the world's undiscovered oil, 30% of undiscovered gas, and 20% of undiscovered what they call natural gas liquids, gas hydrate, this remarkable frozen gas, are still undiscovered up in the Arctic. And so there's that pressure there that this is potentially a very high resource rich area. But also, and this is kind of the nature of the geography in the region, if we look at the map of the Arctic and the coastal states, the 5 coastal states we see, Russia, the United States, Canada, Greenland through Denmark, or Denmark through Greenland and Norway, we see that they're all facing each other. They're opposing, as it's talked about in the treaty. And this inevitably means that as they extend their continental shelves, there's going to be lots of overlap. So this kind of really sets the scene, this high resource area and this opposing coastlines sets the scene for potential conflict. But as I've said, they have been following very much the rule of law in terms of following the tenets of the treaty. And this has been exemplified by something called the Arctic 5 meetings that have been taking place for the last 10 to 15 years, where the geologists, geophysicists, those folks who are actually going out and mapping and doing the work on the continental shelf, and the diplomats have gotten together each year and exchanged information and talked about collaborations and cooperation. That's been happening very quietly. It's been happening even when there's been tension and other fronts between the nations, and they continue on with these discussions. And a number of years ago, there was actually a very nice sidebar discussion that kind of led to a solution to what is probably one of the most serious issues, and that's what's to do with the North Pole. All these areas converge on the North Pole, and to be honest, every country wants Santa Claus to be their own. And so how do you handle something like the North Pole? And it became clear that the North Pole is a point. And if things converge at a point, it's quite possible to share. And so in these quiet discussions, Canada did not think that they had a valid claim that went to the North Pole, a valid extension, I should say. And Russia and Denmark agreed to converge at the North Pole, and it looked like things were going to progress very, very nicely. The Russians made the first submission back in 2001, and it was rather extensive, as you can see here, the Russian submission, the extended shelf in the lighter yellow, the EEZ of Russia in the darker yellow, almost half of the Arctic. Their first submission was declined by the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf because they had not provided enough evidence. In the meantime, the Russians went back with massive mapping and sampling campaigns and have made another submission in 2015. The only changes in that submission were these green areas, and you'll see the green area, the first one just went to the North Pole. The 2015 submission goes beyond, and you'll see why. that is now well supported with much geologic and geophysical evidence, and that's being reviewed now by the Commission. What happened was that Canada, who was about to make their submission in December 2013, the submission was actually packaged up and in planes to be sent to the UN. At the last minute, a very high level political decision was made, and they decided that the North Pole and Santa Claus was really Canadian too. And they kind of reneged on that agreement that said that they would not extend their continental shelf beyond the North Pole. And so at the end of the day, when Canada made their submission, it looked something like this, extending well beyond the North Pole. That upset the other nations, unquestionably. This was not what had been agreed upon. Denmark responded with a much, much larger extension than they had originally planned, going all the way to the Russian EEZ. And you can see here everywhere these overlap, and I'll show you that in a different mode in a second. There is tremendous overlap there. The US, as the Admiral mentioned, has not yet signed the treaty or acceded. The Senate has not acceded to it, but we follow the tenets of it. And the US, and this is not official, this is the IBRU's interpretation of where the US extension will be. It'll be something like this. It'll overlap with Canada, and the US and Canada will sort that out. But at the end of the day, we have a very, very complex situation with tons of overlap in the Arctic and great grounds for dispute. So far, the nations are still talking, but we are now hearing rumblings about yet another modification. And if we may actually soon be seeing some unilateral actions. And I'm very, very concerned that if we do see unilateral action, this could be really the demise of the underpinnings of the Law to Sea Treaty. And so I'm very much hoping that they'll continue to talk, but right now it is a very, very tense situation.
Okay, thank you very much, Larry. We'll talk about this, but I think it's very, very interesting, and it's a dangerous situation, as you said. But I would like to ask Mr. Tetsu Kotani. Asia is another area of potential conflict over the extension of the continental shelf, primarily due to the claims of the Chinese continental shelf in the East and South China Sea. Can you explain to us what the situation is?
Okay, Louisa. First of all, let me thank the conference organizer for inviting me to this interesting conversation. So let me provide the Asian perspective on the continental shelf issues. And let me first share some maps for your reference. So in Asia, we have many disputes. Territorial disputes, maritime disputes, disputes over fishing rights, disputes over the resource exploitation, and even conflict over the national pride at sea. And as you may know, China has an excessive claim in East China Sea and South China Sea. The China's so-called 9-dash line is very well known, and this is the map of the 9-dash line. You know, there's overlapping claims in the South China Sea, but China makes a claim based on the 9-dash line, and this is actually this 9-dash line was first submitted in a rebuttal statement by China to Vietnam and Malaysian joint submission on the continental shelf extension in 2009. And for the first time, the international community acknowledged that China is making an excessive claim based on the 9-dash line. And China basically claims historic rights in the waters inside that 9-dash line. And China is not necessarily clear by what they are claiming based on this 9-dash line. Sometimes they say they have sovereignty in the waters and also the seabed inside the 9-dash line. But sometimes they say they are just claiming sovereign rights on the EEZ and the continental shelf inside the 9-dash line. But in any case, this 9-dash line and the historic rights is not cannot be justified under the UNCLOS. And in 2016, the arbitral tribunal made an award on the South China Sea dispute between China and the Philippines. And in this arbitral reward, China's 9-dash line and its historic claim in the South China Sea was totally denied. So based on the conclusion of the arbitration, the states, the claimant states only claim the territorial waters from their coastline and also some rocks existing in the South China Sea. But as well known, China, despite its membership into the UNCLOS, ignored this award, and China continues to claim the historic rights based on the 9-dash line. And China also makes an excessive claim in the East China Sea. This is a seabed map of East China Sea. East China Sea is basically a shallow water up to the Okinawa Trough, but China makes a claim of its exclusive economic zone and also the continental shelf extension based on the natural prolongation of land territory up to Okinawa Trough. And this natural prolongation is not the mainstream view today, but China still makes a claim based on it. While Japan is calling for a median line solution with China, but China has been refusing to do a negotiation on that issue. In 2008, Japan and China agreed on a joint development of seabed resources along the median line. But after the agreement, China is ignoring this joint development agreement, and they are now doing the constructing platforms along the median line without consulting with Japan. And more recently, China is doing scientific research along the Okinawa Trough, which is regarded as a Japanese EEZ. And again, between Japan and China, there's an agreement on the prior notification of scientific research in respective EEZ. But China does not follow that rule, and they just make a scientific research in the Japanese EEZ, ignoring the median line. So they are expanding their claims and also their practice in the East China Sea. And beyond East China Sea and South China Sea, there's a kind of a dispute between Japan and China about the continental shelf. Japan has a small island in the Western Pacific called Okino-Torishima, which is located between Taiwan and Guam. and also which is located in the south of Tokyo. And Japan made a submission of the extension of continental shelf in 7 regions, and out of 7, 6 regions have been adopted by the commission. But one of them, which is the yellow region, is on hold because China is opposing the extension of this continental shelf extension based from Okino-Torishima Island. China says Okino-Torishima is not the island, it's a rock. So Japan cannot claim a EEZ and the continental shelf. And also the extension of the continental shelf based from Okino-Torishima is against UNCLOS. And part of the reason why this yellow region is now on hold is because China made a rebuttal statement. So China, on one hand, making a excessive claim in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, but on the other hand, China is disrupting the other countries' claim on the extension of continental shelf. So this is the major issues in East Asia regarding the continental shelf, but China is the center of all the disputes regarding the continental shelf issue in Asia, and I will try to explain why China is doing so in a later part of this conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tetsu Kotani. I'd like to, we have already some questions from the audience, and I will put these questions to they are directed to Mr. Admiral and Dr. Boé Alves. And the question are, can we consider that the project to extend the Portuguese continental shelf will be approved? What are the biggest obstacles facing the project at this stage? And furthermore, another question, because I think they are linked, and if maybe you can answer, both of you can answer one or another. The other question also regarding the Portuguese continental shelf is apparently the border conflicts of the Portuguese claim for the extension of the continental shelves with Spain and Morocco will be resolved. Why the delay in the approval, in approving the Portuguese claim? I don't know if who wants to begin, Admiral or Duarte? Your microphone, Admiral, your microphone.
Okay, Duarte, if you want, but I can very swiftly answer to those questions. Thank you for the question. And first of all, I would say that I'm not in agreement of what is said, that is a delay on approval of our proposal. I think that the case is making its way, and as compared to the other submissions, I think that we are perfectly in time. I know that we, the Portuguese, are keen to have rapid answers on international issues, and on the international scenes and about blue diplomacy, I think that Duarte knows much better than I do. Things are not black and white. and they take time, but I think that we are making good process, and that the timing is quite well in the schedule. I will notice, however, that during last year, the Commission of Limits and subcommission that deals with the Portuguese submission is not working because of the virus that have prevented the Commission to work even on internet or on internet, Zoom or WebEx or whatever. So we have 1 year more delay on what is going. But regarding what has been said by Duarte on the security around our jurisdictional areas of the ocean, I think that, of course, this is a major issue, and that cannot be underestimated, because the area is already enormous. Our EEZ provides 20 times our territory in the continental Europe, and so this is an issue that we have to consider very carefully. And of course, I will notice that through our waters passes about more than 53% of the foreign trade of the EU, 60% of our exports, 70% of our imports, including 2/3 of the natural gas we consume and all the oil. So this is a major contribution to our economy, and of course I think that the Portuguese public opinion should be aware that if you want to take benefit from that, we have to be there present, and the presence will be by the Navy, of course. I'm suspicious on defending that, and with the Air Force, but not only. I think that the space it's today mandatory on the surveillance process, and for the moment that's what I would like to say. I would not enter in details regarding our submission because I'm only supervising, and this is an easy task. The person that is on charge of this is Isabel Botelhau, that is on commission, and she is the expert, and she knows much better than I do on what is going. Thank you very much, and also very interesting the presentation about South China Sea and the Arctic, and I think this gives ground for long discussions.
Yes, I think so too. I don't know if you want to add something, Duarte.
Yeah, thank you so much. I fully agree with what Ismail has just said. I think this is a rather complex process, and I've just while previous speakers were intervening, I was just looking at the web page of the United Nations Law of the Sea Division. I mean, this is available for everybody. It's a complete list of all the countries in the world that have submitted proposals to extend the continental shelves. And so far, we have 88. It was Indonesia. The last proposal was presented by Indonesia on the 28th of December 2020, so 1.5 months ago. And Portugal is in the position 44, as you said, Luisa, in the beginning. We presented in May 2009. What this means, this long list, what this means is that there are a significant number of countries that are submitting their proposals. They are tremendously complex, and if I may use language that everybody understands, This is like when you go to the bakery, it's first come, first served. I mean, we are in position 44, which means that there are 43 proposals before us. And now that we have 88, it means exactly we are in the middle. So there are many, many proposals that came after us. And of course, I mean, we had the pandemic situation the last year. I mean, all the processes were delayed in all the institutions around the world. That's the situation we have to live with. But rest assured, as Admiral said, that, I mean, we keep on working on this. I mean, Isabel Telial was mentioned. She's leading the process in Lisbon. Our colleagues in the Portuguese mission to the United Nations in New York, led by Ambassador Francisco Duarte Lopes, who will participate in this conference this afternoon. They take care of the New York side. And just to give you just a final figure, to give you, to show you the complexity of the process. In 2009, when Portugal presented the process in New York, I mean, 2009 was a long time ago. We were not so digital as we are today. I mean, of course, that nowadays it would be like a computer operationalized program that could be handled in 3 seconds. But at the time, there were 18 files and 6,000 pages, 6,000 pages only for the Portuguese proposal. Now that the United Nations have to deal with 88 proposals on the table, you can imagine they have to deal with millions of pages and an endless amount of information. So, I mean, it takes some time, it's true, but as Admiral said, I don't think we are delayed. This is the normal process of a very complex issue that has to be studied from many viewpoints. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have another question because we have discussed till now the Portuguese continental shelf, the situation in Arctic, and the situation in the East and South Asia, and specifically the China claims. So, but we have a question from Mr. Abbas Ismail, and I don't know whom of you want to answer. This is how effective the UN Convention Law of Sea in the case of the Eastern Mediterranean, because we didn't talk at all about the situation in the Eastern Mediterranean. I don't know if some of you, Mr. Larry or Tetsuo or Admiral, but I don't know. I don't want that is all the same people, the same of you to answer. Maybe Larry, you can answer.
Yeah, I'll start, but I'd sure rather a diplomat respond than just a simple geophysicist. I think the Eastern Mediterranean is in many ways like the Arctic in terms of certainly a large focus on resources, with a series of states that have been in conflict, and so it in some senses can be a tinderbox. But so far, again, I think the coastal states are very much trying, at least, to follow the rule of law, and there have been conflicts, there have been statements made that have led to protests, but so far, again, I think it's a thin thread that's holding it together. But I think so far that we're fortunate to have that rule of law to allow those options. But I'd rather hear the Admiral and the diplomats, Duarte, to have their view.
Yes, so I don't know if Duarte wants to answer, or the Admiral.
This is more on the diplomatic side, but Duarte, I can speak about that because, well, I'm less responsible because I'm retired now, so I can speak freely about about those issues. And I know the place quite well because I have operated on the Aegean and on the Eastern Mediterranean for many times. And and I think that the demarcation area I can go to my presentation, and because I was preparing also another conference regarding those issues, and I have here I have here some slides regarding the Eastern Mediterranean. So let me check if I can share this, and issues here that we are having.
There is a noise somewhere.
No, it's my phone that is always.
Okay, so.
Sorry about that. Okay, I think that here we have a picture depicting what is really going on the Eastern Mediterranean, and the maritime demarcation has been debated for many years with two obstacles: the Greek islands on the Aegean here, and Cyprus division between the recognized Republic of China, of Cyprus, a member of EU, and so-called the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. And I think that Turkey did not ratify the convention, because on their view, the application of the convention criteria would turn the Mediterranean in a Greek lake, because precisely the Greek islands are a very few miles off the main coast of Turkey. So this is an ongoing process since the demise of the Ottoman Empire on the end of the First World War. And of course we are having here the EZ reivindications by Turkey and Greece. We have here the EZ reivindicated by Turkey and Cyprus, and here we have the issue with Northern Republic of Cyprus. So on this area here, on dark blue, it's historically where the incidents have been occurred, and recently we have had mutual harassment with naval ships. In August 2020, a Greek frigate collided with a Turkish frigate that was escorting a research ship to a wood race that was mapping the bottom in search of oil and gas deposits. This was going, and in mid-September, after pressure from the EU, the Turkish retired their ship and prevented sanctions from the EU Council. Well, this is a very tense area of the globe, and this scalding process of tensions that the international community is trying to diffuse is ongoing. And of course, we know that Turkey has intervened in the Middle East many times, and to diffuse this situation, we notice that either the Russians and the US are trying not to overextend this friction, and the proof of this is some restraint on selling military assets. the F-35s that the US was trying to sell to Turkey were on stand, and also the so-called and so famous missiles S-400 for the Russians. And those powers were told that they were concerned that might happen a biomedical exchange of information on those systems. But the real reason was to distend the situation. Of course, in the EU also we have different views on what is going. And I could develop much more on this, but I think that that's enough because we have other issues to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if Duarte if you want to say something, but if not, no. Okay. So maybe I can ask to Tetsuo Kotani questions. This particular situation. This is in the Arctic. One of the problems in the Arctic is the route it may allow by shortening the distance between the Pacific and the Atlantic. Don't the ASEAN countries have a say in this? China or Japan have been vocal about this or not? I'm very curious.
Yes, in fact, Japan, China, and South Korea, all the major industrial countries in East Asia are very much interested in the Arctic shipping lane. And in fact, among the three countries, although we have many disputes among ourselves, we have a common interest in this Arctic issue. And at least among the scholars and the research institutions, there are growing joint researches and a joint cooperation among the three countries. So this Arctic issue possibly might be one good area of cooperation among the three countries. But problem is, you know, for China, the waters around Japan is a shortest route for the Arctic, and the presence of Chinese ships, not only the commercial ships, but also warships, is increasing. So we have problem with China in the southern part of Japan over territorial disputes and also the continental shelf extension, as I explained. But in upper north, Chinese presence is increasing, and particularly the warship operation in upper north is becoming a concern for Japan.
Mm-hmm. Larry, I don't know if you have, if you can say something about this. Larry, your microphone.
Yeah, it's we certainly have noticed the intense interest of Japan, China, Korea, even Singapore, and clearly the interest is in the potential of a short route. And as an academic, I think anything that leads to cooperation on behalf of the nations is good. I worry if we go back and we look at, or if we remember the map that I showed of the extended continental shelf submissions, there's very, very little of the Arctic that will be what we call the area, that will be not under the jurisdiction of one of the coastal states. And while free navigation and free access is assured by the treaty, the Arctic has an interesting extra special case. I think it's Article 234, which talks about the rights of the coastal states to put on special regulations in ice-covered waters. And I worry that this again may lead to some more level of tension as we start seeing the coastal states, which will have jurisdiction over almost the entire Arctic basin, start being concerned about issues of pollution and things like that. There are, this is again a ground for cooperation and treaties in terms of pollution issues, but by asserting Article 234 in leading to potential tension with states outside of the Arctic. So again, it all will fall back to DOACT and the diplomatic corps to sort all this out.
Yes, Dwart, can you say something about this?
I don't. Yeah,
no,
sure.
no, please.
Yeah, I don't want to comment on any specific cases. I cannot do it. But
this is diplomacy.
What I wanted to say, and that I think it's rather uncontroversial, is that I think we all around this table and everybody around the world, I mean, almost everybody around the world, we believe in the primacy of the law and in the power of diplomacy. And these two elements combined, these two elements together, have proven, despite all the difficulties, despite all the problems, despite all the conflicts, despite all different legal readings, these two instruments have proven tremendously powerful and capable of responding to major disputes or to major situations around the world. So as a diplomat, I cannot say but that I do believe in the power of diplomacy and that I do believe in the power of international law, the United Nations Charter, the United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea, and they are very relevant tools that bring together partners, stakeholders from around the world in a multilateral environment. Because, I mean, Portugal does believe, I do believe, but Portugal does believe in an effective multilateralism, and we do believe that the multilateral environment, namely at the United Nations, within the United Nations framework, is the right forum to tackle all these issues and to bring together different views to solve all these issues that we have spoken about here this morning.
Okay, this is diplomacy. We know the limits of the diplomacy, but maybe Larry or Tetsu, we have a question from Renata Fleck here, and I don't know if you want to answer. If Larry, if Tetsu, is why extending the continental shelf if it is to exploited more our oceans? What are the benefits and to who?
Okay,
answer, Larry? Maybe you are an academic also, so please.
Yeah, that's so it's easy for academics. I think I've always looked at the treaty as a two-edged sword. It certainly, at least from an Article 76 perspective, in terms of the continental shelf, gives a coastal state the right to exploit its resources and have some jurisdiction over the resources of the seafloor and the subsurface. But at the same time, it gives the coastal state the obligation to protect them. And to me, that's the beautiful balance that, if a coastal state has the spirit and the will to protect it, it becomes a wonderful instrument for establishing that protection too. So I think it has struck a wonderful balance in terms of a right to exploit, but an obligation to protect. And I'd love to hear what Tetsuo has to say.
Tetsuo, can you say something about this?
Yeah, so in addition to what Raleigh said, particularly in Asia, there's a strategic and military aspect of the continental shelf extension. China believes they can exercise their sovereignty, not only over the territorial waters, but also the contiguous zone, EEZ, and even the continental shelf. So China believes as they expand their jurisdictional waters and the continental shelf, they think they can expand their sovereignty. And, this has a tremendous impact on the military operation. There's a growing military tension between China and the United States. particularly over Taiwan. And if there's a military conflict over Taiwan, it is expected that the United States would intervene. But China needs to disrupt the US military operation in the Western Pacific. So as they expand their jurisdictional waters in the East China Sea, South China Sea, and even in the Western Pacific, they believe they can enhance their military operations, especially submarine operations. You know, to operate a submarine, you need to map the seabed, and you need to collect the data of water. So as I showed in my map, China is doing the scientific research in the Japanese EEZ, you know, partly because they are searching a seabed mineral and resources, but a part of the reason should be they are collecting data for their submarine operation. So in Asia, this continental shelf and the EEZ closely linked to the military issues.
Thank you, Tetsu. Maybe I would ask to Admiral, if you can add something about this security dimension of this big problem in Asia. Your microphone, please.
Well, thank you very much. I think, well, not being diplomatic, because it's not my
You are not a
job.
diplomat.
I think that militarization, both in South China Sea and the Adriatic, is ongoing. To my knowledge, I might be a bit wrong on what I'm saying, but really, if you allow me to share once more my presentation, I think that I could go and speak a little bit on what is going.
This is the Mediterranean.
I know. I have to go again. But the presentation is this one, and I try to go to another point of the globe. Of course, this is China Sea with the disputes that Mr. Tetsu Kotani has shown, and I think it's broadly the same map. And what is happening is that the disputes are going between China, Malaysia, Vietnam, Brunei, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, etc. And China is considering the China Sea as its strategic lake. And so China feels that their key interests, military, economic, etc., are putting at stake by those disputes. And of course, she is preparing, and we can notice the development of even islands made by sediments and sand that China has been building on South China Sea, islands that they claim to be their sovereign territory. We have here an example on Spratly, and you can see a port, you can see a highway running for an airfield, and of course this has been putting a tremendous pressure in the countries around, especially since China has had an enormous development of its navy. now they have 2 aircraft carriers and they are building another one. And of course, they are constructing those type of infrastructure that both have the capability of projecting military power and, of course, claiming that this is sovereign territory. They may claim EEZ, they may claim territorial sea, they may claim extending continental shelves, etc. And of course, this is putting pressure on the surrounding countries. And China is saying that they are not, they would not allow any military information gathering to go in these waters. And of course, the other nations are contending, saying that nothing in the law of sea prevents to do that. And the stakes are rising also with Taiwan. And here we can see the Chinese Navy. And here you can see the answer of the US. For the US, the US is saying that the freedom of navigation cannot be put in stake on South China Sea. And they have conducted several exercises with neighboring countries in there. And also, we notice that we are having also European ships and submarines going there. So all this is it's not classified. It's on the newspapers and on the net, and that's all that I can say about South China Sea. I don't know.
You finished?
Yeah, on South China Sea, yes. If you want, I can speak about.
No. Because we have another questions and we have only 10 minutes to end our discussion. So I don't know if maybe Larry, because you are an academic, and Mr. Tetsu Kotani, but we have a question from Assunção Cristas from Portugal. And I think you can read it, but I will read it to our audience. And she's asking, and I read, considering the phasing out tendency concerning oil extraction and the potential of deep sea bed mining for rare minerals, I would like to ask, where do we stand concerning environmental impacts at a global level? Is there a contradiction when the world swears commitment to the planet's health and at the same time knows so little about the environmental impacts of deep seabed mining? This is really a good question. So do you want to answer, Larry? Your microphone.
Yes, no, it's a very important and very serious question. And again, I come back to the balance I see in the treaty itself that talks about obligations from an environmental perspective of a coastal state. With deep sea mining, we're often talking about areas beyond national jurisdiction. And here, this opens up a whole another can of worms, so to speak. But, and again, this is probably something Duat could speak better about, but there's the BBNJ. There is, for the first time over the last 10 years, been negotiation for looking at those aspects that the treaty itself really didn't know about when it was being negotiated in the 1970s. And so there is lots of focus on biodiversity and other environmental concerns beyond national jurisdiction. I think we have to have faith that within national jurisdiction, we have to fall upon the good faith of the coastal state to uphold its responsibility to be a guardian of the environment. Beyond national jurisdiction, that is where the Wild West can be. And I think here's where BBNJ is starting to address the issue unfortunately, like most UN activities, it's a long and drawn out process. It's been 10 years to even get to a start of that, and it'll probably be many more. Tetsil?
Duarte, I don't know if you want. Sorry, Tutsu. I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine. I think Rory explained quite well.
Yeah. But you don't want to add anything about this?
Well, just briefly, we have the rights to exploit the resources in the seabed, but at the same time, we have the obligation to protect the environment. And the question is how to balance these two issues. And plus, I think Duarte also mentioned that, we have to consider the climate change issue and the decarbonization, and how to integrate this climate change, climate protection into the maritime environment issue is a critical one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tetsu. And Duarte, do you believe that this issue, this environmental issue, can be put in the core of the diplomacy in this subject?
Yeah, yeah, I think it has, Louisa. Honestly, I think there is no alternative. Sustainability came here to stay, and it's not gonna go away. And what we have seen in the last years, and namely in the last year with the pandemic, is that we have to shift to a sustainable model. And when we speak to building back better, this after the crisis that we are going through, it has also to be building back greener and building back bluer, because there is no space for activities that are not sustainable. There shouldn't be for activities that do damage to the ocean, to the environment in general, but let me focus on the ocean, that damage the ocean, because we have to absolutely preserve it. We heard it in the previous session with the speakers that have so well emphasized this. About deep sea mining, let me just add 2 words. The potential and the possibilities of deep sea mining are enormous. Rare earth minerals are tremendously important, and they are used in objects that we use every single day, maybe hundreds of times a day, like mobile phones. To build these mobile phones we all use, we need these rare earth materials. That is true, but it's also true that the environmental impact of deep sea mining is a relevant element to be taken into account. So if you ask me what my position is the same of the European Parliament. The European Parliament approved in 2018 a moratorium saying that we should not go into deep sea mining activities until we do an environmental assessment of the impact. I'm not saying that I'm in favor or that I'm against. What I'm saying is, at the moment, we still have to do a very precise and scientific environmental assessment of deep sea mining. And once we have that, and we have all the elements on the table, then we'll be able to make a decision if we want to go for it or not.
But Duarte, we have a question, a very interesting question coming up. Is this from Bruno Botil? And he said, yes, of course, countries have the right to exploit the resources on their shelves, but also have the obligation to protect their resources. But the obligation to protect their resources, particularly the living marine resources, is by voluntary, not compulsory commitment. Or it is also, is it also sometimes compulsory? Plus, who is the authority supervising that living marine resources are properly protected? Do you know, Duarte?
Yeah, I understand I understand the dilemma behind that question.
Yeah,
I do understand, but let me just give you an example. It's a parallel example. Carbon neutrality is not compulsory. I mean, it's a pledge that a significant number. Portugal is committed to carbon neutrality. The European Union countries are committed to carbon neutrality. Some countries outside Europe, they have pledged for 2035, some others for 2050, some others for 2060. But we have to decide on which side we have in which side we want to be. Either we are on the side of the solution or we are on the side of pollution. And if each member does that, his or her own commitment, its own national commitment, there we are all on the right side. But the key word here for me is environmental assessment. Let's study before taking a decision.
So there is no authority supervising this living marine resources are properly protected.
Larry spoke about the BBNJ. I mean, there are the international, the BBNJ is an agreement that is being studied within the UN framework, for those who are not experts on the field, about biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions. And so the international community is looking at it, is studying, and is working on this legal agreement. And this could provide some of the answers to the question that is behind the question you've just put from one of our listeners this morning.
So Larry, please, talking about this voluntary and compulsory actions, yet the US is not party to the law of the Sea Treaty till now. What is going on? Why?
Yeah, this is and first I have to preface my statement that I certainly don't speak for the U.S. government. This is
of course
a personal, but this is a very sad story. While the U.S. has not, the U.S. actually did sign the treaty. President Clinton signed the treaty, but the United States Senate has not acceded to it, has not confirmed that. And this is really, I think, an internal problem in the U.S. In the nature of our system, that one or two senators, if they're truly opposed to something, can basically prevent something to come before the full body. Almost every administration, the Admiral mentioned that the Obama administration made an effort to get the treaty ceded to, get what we call the advice and consent of the Senate. It's actually been supported by every administration. And there's support across the board, but there are a few individual senators who just don't want to see it come up to the floor. Despite that, the U.S. recognizes the treaty as international customary law. It abides by the tenets of the treaty. And I can, from a personal perspective, attest to the fact for the last 20 years, we've made a very, very significant effort in mapping our extended continental shelf. We are putting together a submission, and we hope by 2022 to have a complete submission for all U.S. areas. And there'll be interesting legal questions. Our lawyers contend that we have the right, because in its inherent, a continental shelf is an inherent right. We have the right to actually make that submission to the Commission. We'll see how that is viewed internationally. But the intention of the U.S. is to basically follow all the tenets, make a submission for an extended continental shelf and submit it to the Commission.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a quirk of our internal system.
Yeah. So we have a final questions. It is now time to end our panel, but we have a final question, and I would like that one of you can answer. Is from Roberto Sambe. And he asks, with disputes over the extension of continental shelves between countries, how can we together address the problems of the oceans? This is a question to all of you. You want to answer, Admiral? You have the microphone.
No. I will say a very simple statement. That's what Duarte has said, is by the obedience of law and stick to the programs. And one thing that is very useful is to have a common sense. That is good, that everybody thinks that have, and so by the economic rules doesn't have any value.
Okay, Duarte, I don't know if you want to say something about it. Duarte?
No, that's exactly. I mean, I fully agree, and it's what I've said before. I do believe in the primacy of the law and in the power of diplomacy, and I think with these two tools, we shall find the right answers.
And I think we can all acknowledge that with the Law of the Sea Treaty, it's not a perfect instrument, but it is a remarkable instrument, and it really does set a spectacular framework for, I think, a bright future of settling these kinds of disputes.
Tetsu, do you think that regarding the situation in Asia and in this particular zone, do you also believe in the force of diplomacy to solve the problems in the region?
Yeah, of course. We all discussed the importance of the rule of law and the power of law and the diplomacy. The problem in Asia is China believes that the Chinese Communist Party is above the law, and Communist Party rules by law. So this is the problem. So sometimes they utilize the Law of the Sea Convention for their national interest, but sometimes they just ignore the rules by the convention. So that's the problem, and I'm very much encouraged by more and more European countries are now making a statement against the Chinese claims in the South China Sea. And the maritime rules needs to be universal, and we should not accept a double standard. So as more European nations and other parts of the region join the Asian nations to stick to the rule of law, I think we can have a better situation.
Thank you, Tetsu. So we are finishing. I'm sorry, because I know that all of you will have much more to say about this issue. I think it's a very, very important issue in the years to come, but it's the end. And before ending, I would like to remind you that our conference will continue at 2:30 p.m. with a topic no less interesting and even directly linked to this one. This is the melting of the Arctic. Larry, it's good for you. Melting of the Arctic between a climate disaster and a brand new sea lane for containers. So the next panel will be very important also. Thank you all, and thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.